Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the third day of the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters 2025. We are live here with the action, and joining me are two wonderful people, Grandmaster Sahaj Grover and Kinsho Tot. Hello.
Hello, everyone, and welcome everyone also to our venue here. We also have a live audience.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think today it's going to be a full house. That's what I got to know from our organizers. So it's a weekend.
That is amazing. Thank you so much to everyone for joining. We have some super exciting games today, and let's not forget this is the strongest tournament from strongest classical tournament India has produced so far. So very happy to be here.
Yes, exactly. And guys, all of you here, we're going to make you work a bit, ask you questions. So please be ready for some chess action. What are the pairings we have today? What are the most exciting games?
Well, of course, one of our most exciting game is going to be between Vincent Keymer, who is the sole leader, and Karthikeyan Murli.
Yes.
But what I also have my eyes set on is Arjun Erigaisi versus Robson. They're both extremely interesting people when it comes to their playing style, their activity, their aggressivity.
And they both are on 1.5 points with one win and one draw. My eyes are also heading towards the top right of our screen. Vidit versus Nihal Sarin. Kind of battle of generations, yeah, between the two Indian stars.
Absolutely, and amongst all the players who are playing today, these two have faced each other the most.
Wow.
And the score could not be closer. So just to put things into perspective, they have played against each other 13 times, and the score is 7-6 to Nihal. And so far, no classical games. So this is the first time they will be facing each other in classical. However, the score couldn't be closer.
I think Vidit may want to equalize that score today. He has been perhaps the most entertaining player here in round one. He was losing, then close to winning, then draw. And then yesterday he was playing some amazing chess before he blundered his way against Robson. So that's a very interesting pairing there. And also Anish Giri takes on Pranav V. That's also very exciting.
Yes, Anish is one of our most popular players here, not only his chess but also his online persona. So definitely a game to look at. And of course, let's not forget about Liang Awonder and Jordan from Foreest, who are also here. And Liang Awonder has been, our cookie as our Instagram posts and all of them show. He's been amazing with us here.
He did some interviews yesterday, and he has some great sense of humor. And he mentioned, when he was asked what is your aim in this tournament, he said, "I hope to draw a few games and then keep my losses 2 to 3, yeah, as minimum as possible." So I think he's just come here with a nice mindset to have fun. I think that's great, because otherwise this can be quite stressful, traveling from USA, having this huge time zone gap. And yeah, until now he's doing well. I think he's lost one game. Yesterday he drew with Pranav, and Jordan has had 2 draws until now.
Yes, yesterday he drew against Karthikeyan, and actually, one very cool fact is that this could all just be a ploy, Sagar bhai, because the first 2 rounds he was playing black pieces. So it's harder to sort of play for a win with the black pieces in general. But today he plays white for the first time against Jordan, and we are seeing this nice side of him, and suddenly he brings out this 20 move prep and just goes for the kill over the board. We're just gonna wait to see if that happens.
Then we'll no longer call him the Pookie. Yeah, then he'll get like really aggressive here. Let's look at the challengers pairing. Again, a very interesting field here we have. I'm tempted by the two battles. One in the center, Vaishali versus Leon Mendonça. That's going to be very exciting. And Harika versus Adiban. What about you guys?
I'm actually super excited to see the Harika Adiban game.
Yes.
I think it's gonna be super exciting to watch. But let's not forget of Aryan Chopra and Diptayan Ghosh, who are also going to have quite a big fight.
Yeah, Aryan is Sahaj's favorite, as we keep saying. He's from Delhi, and Diptayan has been the surprise player until now. He was close to scoring 2 out of 2. He beat Harika yesterday. He had a nice position. He drew his game. Who knows? He might be one of the favorites, yeah, in this tournament. The way he has started.
Absolutely, he's playing like that for sure. In fact, in the last position itself, I think he had some +1 advantage, but
With
because
Pranesh, yes.
yes, with Pranesh, and he had some time issues. I think both players had around 15 minutes left on the clock, and he couldn't find a way forward. But if he just kept on playing, I think there was a solid chance that he could have scored 2 out of 2. So yeah, he's been in spectacular form, and also let's not forget he is the winner of the
Online
chess
qualifier.
on the online of the online qualifier. So if he wins, what a story it will be. Next year he gets to play the Masters.
Yes.
That will be such an amazing story.
True. That's fantastic. And as we get footages from the venue, we are going to have the first move very soon. These are the standings that we have. Vincent, I think the points have to be updated there. Vincent is on 2 points. Arjun on 1.5. Pranav is on half a point. He lost yesterday. Anish has 2 draws. He's on 1 point. And yeah, Vincent, will he continue his run and score 3 out of 3? I must tell our viewers that when the Chennai Grandmasters started off, there was only the Masters section in 2023 with 8 players playing. But then it has since then grown into 2 sections, Masters and Challengers. And now the Challengers section has 10 Indian players. It's such a huge opportunity for these youngsters.
Definitely, especially because the winner of the challenger section gets to play in the master section, and I mean we all see that what amazing players are playing in the master section, and it's definitely a huge opportunity for the winner of the challengers to compete against these big names.
Correct.
Definitely, and Pranav is the winner of the challengers, and now he would be playing against Awonder Liang. I believe. And
Today Pranav is
no,
with,
sorry,
Anish.
Anish, my bad. He plays Anish. So that's a very tough match, I think, for
Yeah,
our winner here. What do you
correct. By the way, guys, the first move is going to be made, and I must tell you about our guest who is making the first move. His name is Sambasivam Ganesan, and he is the CFO of Tata Play. He came all the way from Mumbai last year to make the opening move in one of the games to Chennai. And since then, he has been a chess fan and a chess follower for a long time, but he has been following chess so closely. And once again, he's here in Chennai for 2 days this weekend. So it's so nice to have such patrons of chess, such supporters of the game.
Yes, exactly. And not only our big guests, but I also heard that some of our viewers here in the venue have been here basically since the beginnings, and they make it their priority to come here every single year. So it's amazing to see how Chennai Grandmasters also brings these people together every single year.
Yeah, it's just very critical to have events like this for a chess ecosystem like India, which is booming, because the fans get a chance to interact with the players.
Absolutely. And by the way, we do have liftoff.
Let's go
with the games. I think we can start with which game should we start with?
Let's start with Arjun, who is on our screen. Arjun Erigaisi versus Ray Robson. And what has Ajubai began with? Oh, he has started with knight f3.
Interesting. The Reti opening. So he's keeping things sort of, intact. If Black's responds with d5 here, you have all of these different options. You can play e3, you can play g3, you can play
B3,
b3, our Adiban's favorite. So it can be quite interesting. So he's keeping things open for now. And Robson, I think, is surprised on the first move itself because he's not making a move, and Arjun is not even on the board.
Okay, Arjun, I think we should calculate Arjun's sitting time at the board and walking time. I think the ratio would be like 2:1 for walking around, yeah, in the favor of walking around. He just doesn't sit. He's like showing his confidence, and today he's opened with knight f3. In his first white game, he had gone e4. So that's the reason why perhaps Ray Robson is like, Arjun, what are your plans here? If I play c5, will you transpose it back into e4 and take me into Sicilian territory?
Oh, that is.
There is actually quite a big chance for that, exactly.
That's probably what Robson is thinking about right now. What should I play in the next move? Because it's Arjun. Yeah, we know he's gonna come up with something messy very very early on that completely topples the position, and we know that's where he feels the most comfortable. So yeah, it's a tough spot on the first move itself.
On first move, and guys, these top players, they spend a lot of their time preparing. Like the moment the game gets over, we see them in the dinner area, they finish their dinner and he goes c5. Okay, I'm betting my, generally I bet my house here because there's a live audience. I'm not risking it. I'll bet some money on e4. I think Arjun goes for e4.
I think that's a good chance, but I want some more
No.
messiness. B3. Oh,
He goes c4. Symmetrical English.
Yep, I think a pretty decent choice because still he keeps things options. He keeps his options open. You can play d4 in this position and still have that Sicilian vibe to the position, or he can also go for g3 and go with this fianchetto setup. Both of them are possible. And
Yes.
lastly, there is also b3, which I'm really rooting for.
Could happen.
We have Adiban. We have Adiban playing this tournament. We haven't seen b3 yet.
Maybe today.
You're always rooting for this B3 in this tournament. It might actually come today.
Okay, so while Arjun is blitzing out his moves here, let's head over to the next board. Shall we go to
I think let's go to Vincent versus Karthikeyan
Okay.
because we have a very, very cool variation there. Super exciting,
Oh.
super sharp. This is known as e4 c5. This is the
Sicilian?
the Sicilian defense. We thought it was going to be time maneuver after knight c3 because black plays queen c7 and it becomes that. But he goes knight to f6. This is
Four knights. What is it called?
Sicilian four knights, exactly. And this is known to be one of the sharpest variations you can play inside the Sicilian. So Karthikeyan he's not scared. He says that you might be 2 out of 2, but I'm here to play for a win.
Amazing. In this position, Vincent went bishop f4. I have an interesting question for the viewers. By the way, it's given as a small question mark, but of course it's not. Let's just make this move. Knight takes c6. Said by you can help me here instead of bishop f4. If knight takes c6, and we can ask the first question to our viewers. B takes c6, e5, knight d5, knight e4. And here, one of the main moves, if I'm not mistaken, is queen c7,
Yes.
f4, and then there is this move queen b6,
Yes.
correct? c4,
Oh, I know.
and bishop b4 check. And now to our viewers, what should white play in this position? Guys, any huge opening expert in the house here?
That's a wonderful question because I know many proper chess players who have fallen for this trick before because they don't know the next move for white. And if you don't know it, you will never play it. Yeah.
Yeah, you might just go for the most natural move, which I think you should, so that we can have some fun. Guys, what would you do here? White to play. Anyone, just shout out your move. We have a microphone there. You could also use it. If you raise your hand, we'll give you the mic.
Now you see, now they are aware. They're being a bit more cautious. Of
Yep. They know there is a trap somewhere. Some people are being a bit more cautious, but just think about it as if it was your game. Someone gives you a check. What do you do?
Said by leading them into that trap.
You're really trying to trap them, huh?
Exactly. There is
Guys, go for it. It's okay to give a wrong answer, then no answer.
in a
Knight to c3. Okay, very interesting. However, he would take the knight, right? That's a if we play knight c3, knight takes c3, pawn takes, and that would lose material after bishop takes.
king. You're very close. Very, very close.
Yeah, king f2. There's a queen standing on b6.
But
Very nice
Yes.
job. King e2 is the correct answer because Sahaj bhai, what happens to bishop d2?
That's a very famous trap. I think there is queen e3 check or there is knight e3. Both of them seem to be quite good for black here.
I think Queen E3 does the job. Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, and then you lose either you lose the pawn on f4 or you lose the knight on e4. So king e2 is actually a very popular variation with around over 1,000 games already being played, which is very unusual because in the opening you never bring the king out, let alone in the center. It's something you never see before.
Yeah,
Nice point there.
this is Black generally plays f5 if I'm
F5,
not
yes.
mistaken,
Yeah,
and then en passant stuff,
It is
and it
F5.
goes on. Like maybe we can have a huge theory session here because it's such a complicated line.
Yeah.
And Vaishali, I believe, is a big expert at this with black pieces. But if we go back to the game, Bishop f4 is played, and this is not played very often, right?
No, not at all. Actually, the most common move here is something like knight db5. You know, the standard ideas in the Sicilian. Bishop f4 is actually not even in the top few options. So this is probably some preparations, probably some new stuff that Vincent prepared here.
Peter Lecco and Vincent Keymer duo have come up with. Also, guys, don't forget, Vincent Keymer was the second of Gukesh in the World Championship match. So, generally there's a clause, yeah, like with the seconds, that you shouldn't use the preparation till the World Championship match. After it's over, you guys can use it. So now maybe Vincent is using some preparation from that match as well. It could be.
That's a
It's
very
actually
good-
possible.
That's a very, very good point. But yes, knight db5 is supposed to be the main line in this position, and then you transpose into this variation known as the Sveshnikov or the Pelican. And this maybe has around 20,000 games or something like that.
Yeah.
Another move besides knight db5 is also to take the knight on c6, which we just discussed. It is still the main line, but bishop f4, at least in the database, has around 200 games. So we are already entering a territory where white is a bit more prepared than black. As you can see from the clock, also this is the situation. Maybe Karthikeyan, I mean, of course, Karthikeyan knows this variation exists, but whether he looked at it the night before or the day before is the big question.
I don't think so. I think he has not prepared so deeply, which is why he's thinking right now. You could also see him just looking sideways, trying to recollect all the things he has looked at. Chess players generally have things prepared, but as Sahaj rightly pointed out, if you haven't looked at it yesterday or today before the game, you kind of forget it because there's so much theory out there. So right now, I guess bishop b4 seems the most natural to me to pin the knight, attack the e4 pawn. Perhaps it's not a bad move.
Not at all, and it seems pretty natural to me as well. And honestly, it's likely to happen. It's actually, I believe, the most common move here. Yes,
most
bishop
common move.
b4.
Wow. Okay.
And then you play knight b5 or something, and then it
What?
goes into some really crazy variation. You can
Oh.
also go short castle here. You can go knight takes e4.
Is knight e4 possible? Think about
Knight
it.
e4 is
Knight
possible,
takes
yes.
pawn, knight c7 check, right? You go and get the rook, king f8, knight takes a8, knight takes c3,
No, actually, queen f6 is very strong here for black.
queen f6.
You sacrifice a full rook, and still black has a score of around 75 wins in this
Oh,
position.
way, what a move.
Yeah, which is insane. So maybe this is, but of course, Vincent is not going to go into this. Clearly, he is very well prepared for this exact opening. So yeah, Karthikeyan in deep thought, and while he thinks, I would also like to go to the game between Vidit versus
Let's go.
Nihal,
Yes.
because something very interesting happened here. What is that knight doing on c6?
Oh,
No,
okay.
Nihal is coming up with these crazy ideas. Yesterday also we saw him blitzing out some 15-20 moves and he got into a winning position against Anish. Unfortunately could not convert it, but he had a very, very good chance. And today, with that knight on c6, I'm a bit worried here because it feels like he's still very much in prep and with it in deep thought.
Can we just go through the first move?
Yeah,
Like, how did we reach here? It seems like a Chigorin variation, but even a Chigorin variation gone wrong.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Okay, knight c6.
This is when knight c6 comes and it looks super unnatural, right? Like usually we would play something along the lines of c6.
Yes.
The C pawn is like, I want to move ahead. Why did the knight come and sit on that square?
Just to put things into perspective, after the move knight to c3, there are around 76,000 games in this position played.
Okay.
Knight c6 has around. Would anybody want to take a guess?
10 games.
Okay, bit more than that. Bit more than that. It has 154 games
No
being played
way,
out of
that's
76,000. So Nihal definitely has some opening surprises up his sleeve. Yeah.
Actually, I feel Nihal is just here to play some weird openings to take his opponents out of theory and play fast. So all these things which I think have plagued Nihal in the past, like time pressure, lack of opening theory and all of that, he's like, I'm going to come out there and bust all of these things. Yeah, I need to get up, like I need to improve as a player and I need to fix these issues.
Absolutely. I think he's doing a wonderful job of that. And I would also like to point out one more thing. This idea of knight c6 is very common in Catalan structures. So Catalan structures are the ones where white plays g3 and bishop to g2. So whenever the bishop goes out to g2, then you take that pawn on c4. The d pawn takes on c4. And that knight on c6 does a wonderful job of defending that pawn on c4 via knight a5. So this could be his long-term plan. That if Vidit still goes for this Catalan-like structures, he's gonna take that pawn on
That's
c4.
not
and
happening.
He's gonna have the he's gonna have the last laugh.
But I don't think Vidit is going for it. Yeah.
I know how much Vidit likes fianchetto structures. So I think this could be some psychology. His second, who was here with us yesterday, I think
Vishnu.
Yes, Vishnu.
By the way, guys, Vishnu Prasanna is Nihal's trainer here. Think about it, this entire dynamic. Yeah, Vishnu was the trainer of Gukesh for many, many years, brought him right up there to the top after Gaevsky took over after that. And now Vishnu started an academy in Hetson and so on. And then suddenly Nihal is here and Vishnu is like, okay, Nihal, let's go and we need to reach the top. So he's here with him.
And actually, I would also just like to point it out that this surprising opening is also working pretty well, because we know that Vidit sometimes has some issues with the time, and maybe this is also Neha's way of trying to take this opportunity to mess with the time situation even a bit more.
It's a great
Absolutely, yeah.
point.
It's a great
actually.
point.
Great point. Yesterday, Vidit had a pretty, I would say, close to a winning position, and then he had time issues. Both of them had time issues, and then Vidit ended up, being a queen up. Okay, it wasn't technically a queen, but you know what I mean. And he tried to overpush, and then time pressure, he had that problem. So that's a great point. That could be a Nihal strategy here.
So knight came out to f3, a6 is the other next move, which is a little bit weird. Can I hear myself?
Not sure.
Oh yes, actually, I just now you mentioned it.
Yeah. It's like me hearing myself. It's somewhere it's playing on. But a6 has been played here, and the idea here is maybe to take the pawn on c4, as Sahaj Bhai mentioned, and then push the pawn to b5 to just protect the extra pawn.
So basically, if Vidit goes for g3, we will transpose into mainstream territory. This is a very, very typical variation inside the Catalan. The difference is that black didn't play knight f6. So usually in Catalan structures, I'm sure our organizer here, he has done a course, a wonderful course on the Catalan. Yes, he has.
Guys, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan in the house. We will not ask any questions to him. We'll definitely answer them.
So yes, he has. I mean, of course, he knows this better than most players out there. That in Catalan structures, black's knight is usually on f6, and you can see that black didn't play that, and black can use that as a tempo. So instead of knight f6, knight c6 was played, and now you can play that d takes c4, b5. So Nihal is just waiting for Vidit to play g3 in this position, and then he's gonna have the last laugh.
Very cool, Saj. And look at Vidit. Yeah, he's looking like a guy who is super calm, composed. He just took a bottle of water, sipped it, and he's sitting relaxed. It's not like that posture where he's worried. He's thinking, what is the best way I can take advantage of this setup that Nihal has done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Vidit is gonna have a deep thought here. In fact, I think any human would have a deep thought here because I have never seen a position like this before. It's a tough situation because you have to also decide where that bishop on f1 is going to go. Meanwhile, while he thinks, maybe we can switch our attention to the next game. How about Vincent versus? Okay, Vincent already we looked at. Maybe we can
So-
check some other game. How about Anish versus Pranav?
Yes, let's go. Anish versus Pranav. This is going to be fun.
Oh,
Oh,
it is already fun actually.
wow.
Let's actually look at how we got into this situation.
Wait, did anyone notice that there was a knight on f1?
Yeah.
I didn't in the beginning.
Oh,
I completely missed that there was a knight on f1. We can go into the middle.
Yeah.
d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, the queen. So Pogo Indian defense. White goes knight b2, very, very typical. Short castle, white plays a3 to kick the bishop away. Bishop goes back to e7, and now we take the center with e4. Black usually plays d6 or d5 in this position. D6 is, I think, more hyper modern, and d5 used to be the old variation where you have all of these crazy Greek gift sacrifices on h7. So black plays d6 in this position, and he goes bishop to e2, I believe.
Yes.
Knight f d7, and now check out Anish's last move. Because when we came into this position was already on the board, and I completely missed that there is a knight on f1. Sailabhai, what is that knight doing on f1?
I don't know. Maybe Anish wanted to move his king from f1 to g1, and then he played. No, okay. He had his mind like knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. This is a very typical maneuver in the Rui Lopez. But now he's doing it in Bogo Indian. I think Pranav made a move here.
Yes, we
D5,
have
D5.
d5 actually. So we made d6 and then d5. It
Yeah.
kind of feels like a waste of time that we played d6 at first.
Correct.
And it also feels like black's position is just really slowly like improving, but it's so much behind white's development already.
Yeah, lack of space. The pieces are inside on the queen side. But now knight g3 is what Anish did.
Yes.
And this is the live board position. Anish looking confident. And oh my god, Pranav takes
Oh,
on
wow.
c4. He's like center control, all of this. I don't care. What sort of principles are you talking about? What's happening?
So, I mean, Black's king definitely is more safer at the moment because he's already castled. White still has to spend that extra move. But I'm also, I don't like giving away free pawns. Yeah? I really want to take that pawn on c4.
Yeah, we'll take it.
We'll take it. Yeah.
Yes.
I think let's go for bishop takes c4 then in this, because if you play short castle, then you run the risk of black playing b5 and defending that pawn on c4. So probably it's good to take that pawn as soon as you can. But Anish still very much in prep, I think.
It could be his prep, but guys, what I'm seeing is these youngsters like Pranav and Nihal and all, they're not really adhering to the opening concepts like, develop your pieces to the center, don't move your rook pawns. This is like a dream position, right? For Anish, 2 knights, 2 pawns in the center. He can castle it out. It looks great.
Definitely. For the human eye, it looks like white has their dream position, whereas black's pieces are still very much stuck in the back rank. And
Absolutely.
even though their king is safe, I don't see how we're going to manage here.
Probably black has to play something like c5 at
Yes,
some point.
very important.
Break the center. Otherwise, you cannot give central control for a long amount of time because that can have very dire consequences. You should play c5 as soon as you can and just break the tension, get your pieces out as quickly as you can. But yeah, for now it's Anish's move, so maybe you can go back. He has to still decide whether it goes bishop takes c4 or he goes short castle. Short castle, I feel it makes it's very Arjun type of move in my opinion, because this creates mess on the board because it's already there is an imbalance on the
He
board.
took the pawn.
He took the
Yeah, you are right. It's Anish kind of move is just simply to take the pawn. And now,
Though the blue arrow also arrives, as we mentioned, c5 is the only move here.
yeah, whenever there's a blue arrow on the screen, it means that's the only move. Otherwise, the side gets significantly worse. So, can Pranav play c5? I think pretty sure he'll do it.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
it's
I think, yes, it's
Amazing.
already on the board.
on the board. No time taken. Let's go. So I think we've done. Maybe we can take a look at Arjun's board as well.
I think we didn't see Awonder versus
Let's do that. Let's
yeah,
Forest.
Awonder versus Jordan. It looks like a very calm position. Yeah, here.
Yeah, it came from I think Sicilian. G6 is known. Okay, no, this is Alapin. Yeah, Sicilian
Yeah.
Alapin. Sicilian. Whenever White plays C3, it's known as the Alapin defense. White plays D4, takes.
Oh, it took with the queen.
Queen
Awonder playing it safe. Yeah, a little bit.
Wait, he did say that he would like to, lose the least amount of time. So he's probably trying to go into these positions where, quick queen trades, maybe some end games, and then, call it an early day.
But maybe could it be a slightly ambitious weapon as well to play for a full point? Like he took on d5, queen d5, knight d5, and now he has these 3 pawns on the queen side, a majority, and black has only 2 pawns. So later he could start pushing those pawns on the queen side. It's some imbalance to play with.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because you see, white has the queen side, black has the king side. But optically speaking, if I was to choose a side to play here, I would say I would choose black. Because not because of the formation of the pawns, because one side has more central control. So black's knight is already sitting like a boss on d5, and that e pawn that doesn't have an opponent at the moment, that threat of e5 is always going to be there.
Right.
And it's a central pawn, and you can play e4 as well and kick the knight away. So I feel I wouldn't be as happy because in the opening at least you're supposed to have some slight edge, I would say, as white, but that edge I'm not able to see in this position.
Could be. So it's balanced, but as Sehet says, white has the central majority, can push his pawns. Black has the central majority. White has the queen side majority there. So let's see where this game takes us. Maybe it's time to go to Arjun's game. Yeah, again.
I think so, yes.
Arjun Erigaisi here. What's happened to Ray Robson?
So this is we asked this question yesterday, but I think since we have a new audience, it's a good question to ask again. So what is this formation known as? This e4 and c4 pawns. It has a very specific name.
Yes.
Does anyone in the
Audience.
from the audience know what this formation is known as? It's a very, very famous one. You play it inside the Sicilian, but from the white side, and it has a history of being yes, absolutely, very, very nice. And the Maroxi bind, and we have that on the board. In Arjun's game, I think he will go with something like f3 now to sort of solidify that structure. You have the central majority as well. What do you think about this position, Sagar bhai?
I think f3 seems like a very nice move. But what Arjun might be a bit worried about is d5 move if it comes at the right time. I don't know if it's this moment or not. So he's thinking whether he should play f3, whether he can push his pawn to e5. Maybe not not the most silliest of moves, e5. There's also bishop d3 here to defend the pawn. So yeah, there are a few options. Then that's the reason why Arjun is thinking, is yawning a bit. Players sometimes don't sleep well, in such tournaments. They are preparing throughout the night, or
Actually,
just the stress doesn't let them sleep.
Actually, I spoke with Jordan last night, and he told me he fell asleep at 7 a.m.
Oh,
last night because he was preparing, and it was a tense situation.
what time did you ask him this?
No, it was at night after the game when we were having dinner. So I was speaking. He says, "No, I've only slept like a few hours because I feel when you're playing a classical tournament, I mean, there are players who prefer to sleep a long time, like Anish. Yeah, Anish sleeps a lot, but Jordan, on the other hand, is very much like me because I barely sleep as well whenever I'm playing a chess tournament. But yes,
I think all of them would love to have good sleep, but I think it's just so difficult, for chess players. Many times it's a new environment, new room in a hotel. Sometimes the bed is different. I mean, there are so many factors that go into making sure you have a good tournament. You need to sleep well, you need to eat well, you need to feel well. Sometimes they want to go for walks, and then many times if there's some walking track or something outside, they feel good. And I think all of this makes a difference to these top players. It looks like very little things, and you might think, okay, it's no big deal, but actually they do matter.
Absolutely, and I believe that it's very very important for all of the players to find what they're most comfortable with. This little daily routine that they have to follow in order to make themselves feel better or more at home, so that they can focus entirely on the chess part.
But it can be really difficult. There is jet lag. I mean, there are two players from the US here. I mean, for them, it's some 9 to 10 hour difference, so that the jet lag hits really, really hard. Plus the stress from playing the previous match. That's the one very brutal thing about chess. That when you go back and you check how your game went, you relive those moments and you think, oh, I could have played this move, I could have played that move. And that can be very stressful for a player. So,
have you ever taken a decision to not check your games with engines in tournaments? Like you say, okay, I don't want to know whether I was winning or losing. I just want to play and go to the next game.
I'm too weak.
No, you never did this.
I am too weak. I always take.
It's just
No. I'm in this sense. I think it takes a lot of strength to not look at the engine in this sense, because you always want to know the truth about what happened, and if you don't, then that takes courage, in my opinion. And I think most chess players do that also to learn from their games, but also to find out the truth about what happened, so they can approach the game differently, approach the position differently the next time it happens.
Did you do that ever?
I feel like for me, it's very, very much depends on the game. So if I feel like, I genuinely had a chance to win this game, I will look at it. But if I am aware 100% that I was lost the whole time, I would rather just, call it a day, call it maybe even a tournament and get back to it a bit later. But okay, maybe that's also the reason why I'm, not on you guys' level. So
she has a very strong will, I have to say, because I'm unable to do this.
There is one
being
player,
lazy,
but there's one player who did it, in his career. Until he became a grandmaster. Do you guys know who that player is who never used an engine? Not never might be too strong, but didn't use it like majority of the times. Yes,
Sure, you know him.
yes, Gukesh, and that technique that he used helped him to eventually go on to become the world champion. And I think it's not a bad idea, because although you may not know the objective truth of the position, it might make you a stronger chess player. Who knows?
It's playing the long game, I think, at the
Yes.
end of the day. Because if you have people around you who can sort of check it for you and then tell you, okay, there was something here, and you keep your mind completely free from that, I think that's a very good call.
Then you could become a strong player, right? Like,
Yes.
guys, what's the engine saying? I don't want to.
Sagar, did you ever do this?
No, I think in general, at the time when I was playing, I was not aware of this method because Gukesh was too young. Maybe if I was born like in recent years and I was playing like as a youngster, I would do it, because I have an example of someone who did it and it worked for them. So maybe it's a good idea, but I never could do it. Ray Robson, by the way, has brought his knight out to c6. And now the question is, what does Arjun do? He has nice space in the center, but I don't think he wants to trade pieces because black has low space.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
I
there
feel like
is-
that's what looks the most natural, actually, to me at least. I don't know what you guys think.
Knight takes knight.
Yes.
Take it. Okay.
To me,
It's
some
between
reason-
knight takes knight and just bringing the bishop out to e3 to defend the knight on d4. But I am with Sagar Bhai here that because since white has more space, you should not try to exchange pieces as quickly as possible. At least optically over the board, this is what I would think. And bishop e3 feels like I'm developing my piece, and if you want to trade the piece, then it must be you who trade it, who trades this, and not me, because you spend that extra move sort of exchanging the piece.
Right.
How
Okay.
about knight f3?
Knight f3 or knight e2 is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Knight e2 also looks very good actually.
But I think in general, knight e2 might run into knight e5. I mean, the other knight d2
Knight d2.
All right.
and
Knight
knight e5. Yeah, knight f3 looks nice, stopping knight e5. We'll see what Arjun does here. Should we check out what went on with it in the Nihal game? Because I'm quite curious. What move did Vidit choose here?
He's still thinking.
Yes, we're still on
way.
the same exact.
No way.
Wow. So Kinchom, your point about Nihal trying to put Vidit under time pressure might actually work well for him, because there is a difference of 28 minutes on
Yes.
move 4.
And
I mean, this is
Kincho,
actually.
are you helping any players?
Yeah, I am probably the second of some of these players, but
Nihal, yes?
yes, but don't call me out like in front of the audience. This is supposed to be a secret, so.
Secret.
Yeah, this is a really smart strategy by Nihal. And Vidit plays c5.
Wow.
This, I mean,
Alright.
to me, it's a huge surprise. The engine quotes it as a small question mark there in yellow, not in red. So it's not a very big error.
I think that's a mistake on the. I don't think it's a mistake because the bar didn't drop.
Okay.
So I think it must be some bug on the thing. And optically speaking, I think c5 makes a lot of sense.
Why does it make a lot of sense?
See, first of all, you're not allowing pawn takes pawn, right? That's why black played a6 to take the pawn on c4 and play b5 to defend that pawn. So, for example, black played a6 in the fourth move, I believe it was, and so now there is no pawn takes pawn possible. And when white plays c5, white is gaining space. And if you look at the dark bishop of black, the one on f8, if we can please highlight the dark bishop, that bishop doesn't have a lot of squares to come out. It doesn't have the b4 square, it doesn't have the d6 square. So it creates that sort of pressure in black's position. And not to mention, finally, that you don't have this e5 or c5 break in this position, not immediately at least. In d4, in sort of queen's gambit positions, there's a saying that you are looking for either a c5 break, c7 c5 break, or a e6 e5 break.
Yeah.
And that's not possible. Either of those are not possible in this position. So
one must say that this is an inspired choice by Vidit, because he could have just played something simpler, c takes d5, or just bishop f4 or something like this. But like to play c5, it's like he really he applied himself in the position and said, let me find a little bit of a offbeat solution here.
Absolutely. And if we can compare this position, there is a very famous, I would say, a hyper modern opening known as the Janovsky defense. And the one main difference between Janovsky and this position is that black's knight is on c6 instead of f6. So if we can have that on just with the arrows, the knight c6 is on b8 and the b8, and the other knight is actually developed on f6. And this is an identical position known as the Janovsky. And here, c5 is actually a beautiful move for white. It's actually the most challenging move for black. I know it because I play the same opening with the black pieces, and this has been one of my biggest problems.
Oh.
And now that I think about it, having the knight on c6 only hurts black's chances, and this could be the reason why Vidit has gone for c5 in this position.
I want to challenge it instantly, Sahaj, with b6. Why not?
You can, and in fact, you can do the same thing if the black knight is on f6 as well. In fact, that is the main move. You take on b6, you sort of play, and then
You take it. Take.
So.
Let's just look at take, and then bishop f4, right? And then you have this exchange Slav, a better version of it, right? As white.
But the thing is that you're playing against Vidit.
Yes.
Playing Vidit in these positions is no. I mean, you are going
That's
to
just too bad. Yeah, he is so good at such symmetrical, positional structures that maybe Nihal shouldn't go b6.
Also, it's very anti-Nihal, like if we think about it, and Vidit will feel very, very comfortable. So I would say a very smart choice. Although I would have liked it if he played it a bit faster, because we don't want Vidit to have that exact time pressure issues that he had yesterday.
Correct.
So yeah, after c5, Nihal is thinking. I think rightfully so.
Yeah, it's important for him to decide now where his pieces go, because if you give time to Vidit, he'll play bishop f4, he'll put his pawn on e3, he'll play bishop d3, and he'll castle it out. And I think this is a great position for Vidit.
Definitely extremely comfortable. All the pieces looking at the king's side, and we actually have bishop e7 on the board. So b6 didn't happen.
No, he
They didn't challenge the c5 pawn.
I want bishop f4 now.
Yes, bishop f4 actually seems completely natural here. I
Let's
think.
go.
Yes, the London bishop. Let's go. with
Bishop f4,
Vidit.
e3, bishop
Yes.
d3, castles, and I think Vidit has got a good opening position, and I think he'll be happy with what he has gotten here. But we'll keep an eye on this one.
By the way, while the players saying this, I would like to go to the challenges section.
Let's go.
of the game, because there is one game that already has a +1 advantage.
Which one?
It's a game between Pranesh and Inian.
Actually, just
He-
had it on the
Lovely, lovely. We can see.
I'm pretty sure that he really play rook f8?
That's what I wanted
Oh.
to discuss. That I don't understand what was the point of rook f8, because we saw a similar move yesterday as well. I think
Day before with Nihal Sarin.
Nihal when he played
Yeah,
rook f1 or
it's
something.
cafe,
So
yeah.
this is becoming a growing trend between players. Just it's like half castling.
Did he actually play rook f8? Can we have Indian versus Pranesh on our screen to just be sure? Because sometimes you castle and then the DGT
Just
board
doesn't register it correctly.
takes it as a wrong move.
Although we did have the same thought the other day, and it turned out to be wrong. So
So it's either short castle or rook f8, but I feel rook f8 does kind of make sense, because in the end game you tend to keep your king in the center, because there is not much risk in the position anymore. So it could be
It's
possible.
rook f8. It's rook f8 is played.
It is rook f8 indeed. Wow. And by the way, in this game also some 25-minute difference between the two players. So Pranesh also
Yes.
blitzing out some spectacular opening prep here.
There was a time when Pranesh was not really known for his opening prep, but this is how players evolve, and such opportunities make them into different players. Playing here at the Challengers has made him a little bit stronger as an opening player. And here, if he plays knight d2, the blue arrow,
Mhm.
and then knight c4, the knight is going there. The b6 pawn is under pressure. The d6 square is under pressure.
Yeah, and attacking. I mean, look at this fork. I mean, the king on e8, bishop on b7. That looks super deadly for Indian here. So the question is, does Pranesh find it? Because just judging by the fact that Pranesh was literally ahead of, he had an hour and 32 minutes or something like that, and his opponent played rook f8, right? So in his mind, he will know that rook f8 is not a good move, because if his opponent played the best move, he would know it, because
Right.
he would have seen it in his prep. So this is a good moment, because he can know, he can sense that something is wrong in this position. It's something direct, something concrete. So he might be able to find knight a2 in this position, although it's not an easy move.
Correct.
But it might actually come a bit instinctively once you realize which are the weakest squares of Black's position and how you can manage to take over them. Because it feels like White's position is completely problemless, how you say that. You already, the bishops are out, the rooks are connected, king is castled, and I feel like then that is when you can start thinking about how can I, take advantage of the weaknesses such as b6, d6, or even e5.
Let's not forget the king on e8. That's also
Yes,
very,
very-
it can become a huge weakness in this position. Sagar, by which game?
Should we also look at Vaishali versus Adiban?
Oh,
Yes.
of
Sorry,
course.
today it's Harika versus Adiban. Yesterday was Vaishali Adiban, which ended in a draw. Today it's Harika Adiban, and Adiban has played a very safe opening, the accelerated dragon, and Harika has played a very, very good opening to get a small opening edge. Yes, we went from the
So the opening, yes.
English.
It's sort of transposed into the accelerated dragon. By the way, another case of the Maroksi bind on the board with the e4 and c4 pawns. Black goes bishop g7, which I think is pretty typical in these positions. White goes, I think, bishop e3, short castle, and now queen d3, just to get away from that discover attack ideas. a6, short castle, bishop d7, and now the bishop comes out to d4.
So Harika has had 2 losses in this tournament out of 2 rounds and would be wanting to stop that streak here against Adiban. Also, very interesting is I think almost a lot of family members of Harika have come here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so not only is her daughter here, her grandmom is here, her husband has come. So I think Harika has this huge support team. And I think Harika wants to go back happily, to them. I mean, she will be happy nonetheless, but I hope that she gets a good result today.
I really hope so too, because out of two is definitely a tough place to start. And yesterday she did have some really good chances as well, but the games have not gone her way. But I have to say that when you start off with the Maroxy bind, as you said that you have that initial advantage in the opening, with the e4 and c4 pawns, you have so much space. You tend to have more time on the clock as well in such positions, because White's next few moves are pretty much hand moves. Like you can play rook d1, rook c1. You don't have to be precise. You don't have to play them in a certain order. So you can sort of play moves really quickly and keep that slight edge on the board. So I think I'm hoping
Yeah.
that she will score a win today.
Yeah, good start for Harika here. And so she's doing well. Should we also quickly check what Vaishali is doing here? Vaishali takes on another youngster, Leon Mendonça. And
So this is the Italian opening with bishop c4, bishop c5, d3, okay, d6, c3. I think we saw this in game 1 in the Masters section. a5 played by Leon, which is a bit of a, I would say he's sort of sidestepping from mainstream theory. Usually you go a6 in these positions. But yeah, we can go a bit forward. It's fine. Bishop a4, and now there's d5 on the board, breaking the center.
Sorry, the mouse was just going crazy this last couple of days. The mouse was
That's fine.
giving us a difficult time, but excuse me for taking a bit slow.
So castle, yeah, you can go, I think, to the. There we go, knight e7, knight f1, slight inaccuracy, but not really sure why that is. Black plays d5, and this is the final position. Black gains that space. Bar seems to favor black slightly. I'm not exactly sure why that is, because this seems like a very typical Italian position.
Can-
What do
can
you think?
we analyze here, like if pawn takes pawn,
Oh, you are a Marshall fan.
c takes d5, knight takes pawn in the center,
Knight takes. And
knight
now-
takes, rook takes, and it doesn't feel like there is enough compensation here, right?
Right. So instead of e takes d5, I believe
I mean, instead of c takes d5, yes?
c takes d5, right? Instead of c takes d5, black should go knight takes d5. And it's very, very important to be precise here. This is the only capture that keeps the advantage for
Should
black.
we ask our viewers now? After knight takes pawn,
Talva, you're very sharp, I have to say. You spotted this so quickly.
the moment I see some eyes drooping in the audience, I'm like, oh, let's time to wake them up. Yeah. So, knight takes knight. Let's say if you take here, right? Rook takes. And now, guys, black to play. What does black do here? Because black has just lost a pawn.
Black to play and win, essentially.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move. It's actually a typical idea in this position. And yes, we have a hand there. Can we give the mic? And you can tell us your name and the move.
My name is Raghav.
Okay, Raghav.
Check.
Wow, Raghav, that's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Bishop takes pawn, king takes. And now, Raghav, did you see it or?
The follow-up?
I did. Okay, Raghav, what's the next move?
Queen F6.
Let's
Very
go.
good.
Let's go.
Beautiful.
Attacking the king, attacking the rook, and basically this just means white can just resign at this exact moment. Yeah,
Fantastic.
very, very nice.
This is a typical theme. So this is not going to happen in the game. Vaishali is thinking whether she should take the pawn or not. And this is the live board that we have. Okay. I think we saw 3 games of the challengers, and perhaps there is couple more. Should we have a look very quickly between?
I think
Yeah,
we
there
should
is
definitely.
Abhimanyu versus Harshvardhan. We haven't looked at yet.
The top seed of this tournament, Abhimanyu Puranik. He is from Pune. And guys, recently he was in the news because he did help Divya Deshmukh in the World Cup preparation. And here he is being helped by I am Kushagar Krishnatar, who is here, who actually helped Humpy in the World Cup. So it's funny how Abhimanyu helped Divya, Kushagar helped Humpy, and now both of them came together.
Now Kushagar is helping Abhimanyu.
So that's the Indian chess for you in a nutshell. Everyone's helping each other, and everyone's trying to get better here. Nice position for Abhimanyu here, playing Harshvardhan, who is making his debut in such a super tournament, the only IM in the field.
Yeah, and a very, very strong player in his own regard. In fact, he finished third in the qualifier section. Like, he missed it by just one move, I can tell you. I played him myself in the qualifiers and I got crushed. He's a super talent. I think big things ahead of him. But coming back to the game, I think Abhimanyu looks a bit more comfortable here.
Yeah, the bishop on d7 is not looking good, right?
No, not really. I mean, it's completely blocked by the d5 pawn, and it's not so easy also to think of future plans because the position seems so close for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, here we can see that Abhimanyu slightly better, and the final game in the challengers is the game between Aryan Chopra and Diptayan Ghosh, and this one is looking kind of slightly better for Aryan. Long castle.
Yes, and also just let's take a look at the time
Oh,
as well.
time.
It's very, very important.
Wow.
Oh yes, the time. I mean, this looks very, very scary for them there. Without looking at the time, the
Oh,
position
he's
looks
blundered.
Oh, wow.
Big mistake, guys. It's a huge mistake. He plays Queen E7, and
What? Isn't that just a free pawn?
but how? Like, I mean, you can take. I believe it's a sacrifice, right?
But takes, knight takes. Isn't that just a free pawn?
I mean, he would take it with the
Still
Yeah,
knight takes.
takes.
Rook d5.
rook d5, and
Oh, maybe he saw g5, but there's rook b5 there. I think he might have missed that. Rook b5, because you take my bishop, I take your bishop, and then I'm just pawn up.
wow. I was thinking bishop takes g5.
Me too,
Oh,
actually.
does that work? Instead of rook b5.
Yeah, let's take a look at it as well. So rook b. Oh, sorry, bishop b5.
Your moral gambit is.
Oh, sorry. You know, it's difficult.
By the way. Oh, this also works. Insane. So this
This
is
is actually winning for white.
yeah,
Wow.
this also is very strong. So I believe that Diptan's idea. Oh, that's the point. It's a forced mate, yeah, almost.
Yes.
Knight h7, this bishop d3 or something like
But
that.
knight cannot move, Sahaj bhai.
No, I mean if you give queen h3,
Okay.
then it's knight h7, then bishop d3 or something like that.
And it looks completely crushed.
So Diptan is one of the tournament leaders, and Aryan did not have the best, I would say, the first two games. This could balance things out because already it's nearly a winning advantage for Aryan in this position.
You know what?
So
What I
of course,
feel.
then-
What I feel is that after pawn takes, like this entire line with rook takes d5, I think Diptan just thought that okay, I reach here, I play rook c8, and then I have some compensation. I'll play rook d8, but the engine is like, guys, it's just over. What queen f? No, what?
Oh, there's
It's just
bishop
so-
c4 apparently.
and everything just gets blocked. I wouldn't even be opposed to playing bishop takes f6 in this position. Just bishop takes f6, go into that opposite colored bishop position because you would have, you would technically be attacking with an extra piece. You'll have rook d7 ideas. That golden pawn would be a bit on f7 would be a bit under pressure as well. Yeah, and also look at the time. Like being in a winning position and being half an hour up is a very bad combo, I would say, for the opponent.
Okay, so guys, we have looked at all the games in the challengers. We have Aryan Chopra better against Diptayan. We have also Pranesh having a serious advantage against Indian. So very interesting games. We'll come back to the challengers. Should we go quickly and check up the game between Nihal Sarin and Vidit Gujarati? Oh,
I told you, Sagar bhai, this is what he is going to play because Vidit loves. But Vidit loves these, cat and run positions because he feels most comfortable with them. He's very positional, very quiet, and he's that silent killer in this position. And I would hate to have a position like this against Vidit. That's
no,
blunt.
you think G3 is a good move by Vidit here?
I mean, I can see it's technically not the best move in the position, but if you think about long term, I think the position is so technical and it definitely tends to favor with it because he's a very positional guy. So yeah, in that sense, I would say it's still very difficult for
Nihal.
Nihal. Yeah.
But you know what? I thought just if we go back one move, we were really wanting Bishop F4, right? And
Yeah.
now I'm wondering if Vidit was a bit afraid of the fact that Nihal would go G5 there. That's why he played Bishop E7, G5, H5 or G5, G4. Maybe that's the reason why Vidit said, let me not touch that Bishop. Let's go G3.
Very, very razor sharp focus here by Sagar Bhai. I think that could be the
It
reason.
could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. And because also, even if whether G5 is correct or not is irrelevant, a move like G5 would make Vidit uncomfortable on the board. And I think that's why he went for something like G3. Great point there.
By the way, look at the small thing that we have on our screen here, guys. We now have the bars at the bottom. So while we are looking at the game, you will be able to know which position is better for which player here, slightly with the bars at the bottom. Okay,
Wonderful.
so G3 played here, and we will now move on to Anish Giri against Pranav.
Pranav, yes.
Pranav, yes.
And Anish versus Pranav. We saw that Anish had a small edge, but Pranav pushed his pawn to C5 to break the center. Anish took.
Cook it.
Yeah.
Knight takes C5 and now he plays Queen C2, denying the Queen trade. Of course, rightfully so, because firstly, you have more space. And secondly, Black's King, even though it is developed, it is technically a bit more in danger because you have this H7 pawn which can in future become a target. For example, let's say if Black gives us a few moves, I would want to play something like E5, H4, and then Knight J5. Because now my queen and my knight, which is the deadliest combination in chess, are connecting towards this H7 pawn. And on top of that, if you try to take it with bishop takes G5, I will not be capturing back with my bishop. I will be capturing back with my pawn. Because that opens up this H line for me. And once again, the queen and the rook will connect towards the H7 pawn. So I would say a nice move by Anish here.
Yeah, let's have Anish and Pranav on our screen here. Yes, there we have it. And right now, I think Pranav is thinking he has a problem piece in the position, guys. What is Pranav's problem piece here, according to you? Which piece is not really working well?
It's a great question, actually. Positional question, but actually very nice.
Yeah, there is one problem. Otherwise, Pranav would have been equal. That's the reason why it's slightly worse. Any guesses here?
I would say it's the bishop.
Yes. Wow, Sahaj, you are so strong.
I wasn't sure, but I wasn't sure because I think it could be the knight as well. But I think the knight
Bishop
on C5,
C8, right?
Bishop C8 definitely. But I thought the knight on C5 also because you have B4 always. But yeah, Bishop C8 definitely is the biggest problem. If I could just pick up that bishop and put it on G6, Black's position is so much better.
Right. So for now, we have Anish with a small edge because of that bishop not easily developing. He might go B6, but that will take some time. And Sahaj has shown this attacking idea with H4, Knight G5. Which next game should we look at?
Before we take a short break, let's quickly take a look at our sole leader,
Oh,
Vincent
yes.
Keymer's game against Karthikeyan Murali.
Look at this move H4.
Well, I guess they heard you, yeah, Sahaj. Today you've been rooting for H4 in many games.
I'm always rooting for H4 because I want some fire on the board. This is it's very, very exciting to see. But yes, it's a very nice kingside attack coming in because Karthikeyan, even though has not castled yet, he cannot castle on the queen side because the queen side structure is completely damaged. And he's already preparing for when he castles on the king side. So wonderful move by Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, I think Vincent today has come very well prepared, and this H4 could well be his prep. Although the time doesn't suggest so, but still it looks great. He has 7 minutes extra on the clock. I think White is doing very well.
Absolutely. And I actually asked Vincent yesterday in a short interview if he feels more pressured or more confident now that he was on 2 out of 10. He actually said that he feels more like chilled, more confident about it. And it definitely shows in this position as well. He's definitely going for it. And he's showing us also as well that I came to win this tournament.
Yeah, sometimes, guys, +2 can be a winning score in such tournaments. So if Vincent, draws all his games from now, this could very well be a winning score. Like you are 5.5 out of 9. Although in this tournament, I do get a feeling that it will be a slightly higher scoring tournament. So maybe 6 or 6.5 might be needed to win it. But what a start for Vincent Keymer to score 2 points out of 2 in such a field is really, really a tough feat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have seen almost all the games, and maybe it's time for us to take a short break. Yes?
Yes, and we will be back shortly with more action and, well, more focus on the games.
Welcome. This is round 3 of the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters, and we have been 1 hour into the game. Sahaj and Kincho, what do you think? Which game is the most exciting today?
We actually have a couple of interesting games. We saw that especially in the challenger sections there were a couple of imbalances already in the positions. Maybe we can just quickly go through some of those games as they are more interesting.
Yeah. So, the expert edge with
So-
Grandmaster Sahaj. Which
think-
game should we dive?
I think let's start with the Masters section, the game
Yeah.
between Anish and Pranav. I think if you can have it on the board as well, there we have it. It looks like a really interesting position to me because right before we took a break, we were discussing this possibility of attacking on the king side with ideas like e5 and knight to g5 and putting pressure on the h7 pawn. And I think this looks quite interesting to me because if black is not careful here, it can turn out really, really badly. What do you think about this, Rakesh bhai?
Yeah. Pranav lost a game recently in the first 2 rounds to Vincent. Crazy game. And Anish, normally known for his solid positional play, has a chance to play one of the best attacking games here.
Absolutely, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think the time difference is not really that big in this position so far. But however, I do not like black's chances. I have to say,
Yeah.
it seems quite difficult for black to make a move here. There's no developing move like knight. I mean, knight c6 feels good, but right before we left, Sagar Bhai had a very, very great point that a problem piece in this position is that bishop on c8 because that
Yeah.
bishop has no way to get activity, to get out into the game because you want that bishop to be on g6, but it is not technically possible because that pawn on e6 is sort of blocking the way for the bishop. So because of this bishop, I think there's going to be some problems here. Or so, Kincho, a question for you: if I could give you a few moves in this position as white, what would you play?
As white, you mean? Yes. With white, I would definitely, take the c1 bishop out, move rook a c1, and just put some pressure also on the c5 because I feel like it's very important for us to take over that file, and at the meantime, we can also go with our other plans, which consist of e5.
Yeah.
And we also already mentioned h4, which is still something that I have my eyes set on.
You can see Rakesh Bhai wanting to go for that complete destruction.
Beautiful,
right?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I just love to attack. And since these are not my pieces, these are Anish's pieces, we can try something out. But just so much more fun. And I think it's white's place easier. Black has to really think and come up with moves and ideas. But for white, it's smooth sailing, I feel.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And I think while Pranav thinks maybe we can hop on to another game to get some insights, maybe let's go to Vidit versus Nihal. Because Vidit has just played a crazy move.
Let's go!
This h4, and I think this move has become the sort of the move of the day for I think each game because we've seen h4 on multiple boards now.
Yeah.
Idea being very simple. Number one, you want to go for this h5, h6, sort of create that long-term pressure on the king side. And on the other hand, you also want to play knight to g5 because if black goes knight takes g5, you can recapture with a pawn and open the h file and create those beautiful attacking chances on the king side. So Rakesh, considering it definitely looks optically better for white. However, with its time is a bit of an issue. How do you see him handling this?
Yeah, it's a big problem. 9 moves in, just 40 minutes remaining, and sadly, there's no extra time. Or after 40 moves, you're not getting any additional time. Only playing on a 30-second increment. So time might be an issue, but Vidit had a heartbreaking loss yesterday. But good thing for if you are a Vidit fan, that we saw Vidit's wife here, who's in Chennai today. So definitely will get his morale up, and we hope to see Greedy Vidi grab some material and bounce back today.
Definitely, and I also feel like that with white, it is for now easier to make some moves, and maybe Vidit can also gain back some time that he lost. So I think definitely he has some chances to bounce back after yesterday's tragedy.
Absolutely. And the time difference, of course, being around 26 minutes at the moment. But I do agree with you because Nihal's moves are not that easy. There's no hand moves in this position that you can just make and just be
Yeah.
relaxed, because I think one small inaccuracy by Nihal can prove to be really, really fatal in the course of the game. So I think just to do a round of Vidit.
Yeah, just sorry to cut you, Saj, but in this position, like the Pranav position, you see the problem the bishop on c8 would love to, kind of jump over the pawn and come here, but sadly that's not possible.
Yep, absolutely. Bishop f5 would be, I think, ideal in this scenario. Although I still think Vidit would have some type of an attack in this position.
For sure.
But yeah, having the bishop, that problem bishop, having that solved would be a wonderful thing. So yeah, I think while Nihal is thinking and the time is leveling up, maybe we should take our attention to another game. Which game do you think we should go to next, Rakesh bhai?
I think I'll have to check in with the leader, Vincent Keymer. And Kincho, you did an interview with Vincent yesterday. How confident was he after being like on 100% with 2 out of 2?
I actually did ask him this question, and he said that he feels more calm and more confident, not really feeling pressured, and this definitely shows in this game. He's going all for it, and we can already see that he has this slight, or actually not that slight, advantage over Karthikeyan. We have Queen G3 on the board. Very, very ambitious and very aggressive play as well.
Exactly. Stopping black from castling, because if you castle now, there is going to be this bishop takes h6 and the pawn on g7 just simply falls. So that's not going to be possible in this position. In fact, in this position already, one move ago, Vincent already has a +1 advantage, which is huge. If you consider
King f8, black loses the castling rights.
King f8 is... Oh,
Wait.
This is black admitting that my position is worse.
And if the producers can add a disclaimer that don't try this at home, because King and f8 completely, something we don't recommend to amateur players. But it's true, Sahaj. It's just agreeing that white, you are better, and black is in for a long drawn defense in this game.
Definitely. Yep. And one question also arises: what are we gonna do about the h8 rook? Because you see, castling is about two things. It's putting the king in a safer place, but also moving the rook closer to the game, closer to the center, and connecting the rooks. We know how important it is, and right now we don't really see any future for the rook.
No future, and Sahaj, the rook on h8 would love to think of this as a freestyle game so it can jump over. But yeah, it's completely out of the game. And by the way, some interesting info for the local fans and everyone here watching is, we asked Vincent yesterday what's his favorite Indian dish or Indian food, and he said it was chicken madras. So, and we're from Chennai, so he definitely likes some Indian food.
Now we know why he's 2 out of 2 in this tournament.
Exactly. In fact, it's, also, I just wanted to ask chat and anyone here, can you predict how many times Vincent has been to Chennai? So it's like, do you think it's his first visit? He's come twice or thrice? And even question to you guys, actually.
I'm going to say he has come here twice, because for the Olympiad and then for this tournament.
Okay. Kincho?
I mean, I can't guess 2 anymore.
I mean, you can.
Just since he's asking, just make the number bigger.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with 4. Why not?
4. Any guess in the audience for Vincent's visits to Chennai or India? 5. We see 5, and I think Sir Yes has said 3. And chat, that's the correct answer. Vincent has been to India and been to Chennai thrice. In fact, he also played once in Kolkata. But specifically to Chennai here, first time for the Olympiad. This is a third time, and in between, remember, he's the second of world champion Gukesh. They had a camp during the last Chennai Masters in the Leela Hotel. So Vincent definitely knows his sightseeing around Chennai, knows the best places here, and he's having a great time, 2 out of 2. And Sahaj, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes 3-on-3 today.
Definitely, he has the confidence. He has the sharp moves,
Mhm.
and he's for sure going all for it. And he's trying to show us early in the tournament that he's not fooling around, and he came to leave with the victory.
Yeah, and Sahaj, we've also, like, I was in the hall in the first 15 minutes. It's always nice to see, Vincent's dad is here in Chennai, and Vincent's dad stands there right, next to his board for around 15 minutes. I don't know, you as a player, is it more pressure if your dad is watching, or you feel more relaxed?
No, of course. If I'm in a worse position and my mother is watching, it happened in Chennai actually. It happened in Chennai in 2011. I remember playing the first round against I think a local player around 2300. His name was Kunal. I
Mhm.
was in a completely lost position, and I saw my mother just standing there. And the bigger pressure was that, as opposed to, so I can definitely tell you it can be a bit stressful, but he's clearly managing really, really well in this tournament, and he's already 2 out of 2, and looks like it that he's gonna win this game as well because he has a clear advantage. So yeah, and also a time advantage as well.
Yeah.
He has around 20 minutes more than his opponent, so I would say things are looking really good for Vincent Keymer here.
Yeah, like Kincho said, the rook on h8 has to find a better square, and Vincent is playing against Chennai, Murli Karthikeyan, who was supposed to play in the B group just until 2 days ago, and he got the upgrade kind of, to the A group. And I asked him actually, is it a good thing or a bad thing? And he said, he always wants to be in the middle of the pack. Doesn't matter if it's the A or the B group.
Oh.
So let's see how Murli adjusts to that. And good thing about Murli for Murli is he just won the BL Masters, so he's coming in with some good form and winning a good prize there as well. So let's see if Murli can defend this game. And I would like to take to Sahaj on the expert edge. You see any other game that is heating up for us?
I think the game between Anish and Pranav, we did take a quick look. Have we taken a look at it? Yes, we
Yeah,
did actually.
yeah.
So maybe we can check Arjun versus Robson because we haven't checked that game I think since we came back from the break.
Yeah.
Arjun just playing short castle in this position. Very, very logical move. Also, he was defending the f2 pawn. The position looks a bit, equalish, but we know it's Arjun. So he's going to find some way to, create some mess in the position and, find his way there. The time looks pretty good for Arjun. I would say around 20 minutes advantage at the moment. Both players having 1.5 out of 2. So a very, very crucial game because the person who wins this, is either going to catch up to Vincent or maybe even surpass him, depending on how Vincent performs in his game as well.
Well, let's not forget that Ray Robson is a 5-time puzzle rush world champion.
Yeah.
So, Arjun definitely has to be a bit careful as well because he can just, come in hot and find some super difficult tactic. And we just see him play Queen B8.
By the way, beautiful move. And I would like to ask this question to Rakesh Bhai and also to our viewers over here. If white plays the move h3 here as white, then what is black's best move? Think about it. Maybe you can have it on the board, Rakesh Bhai.
Oh, okay. I see it. After h3, I, royally ignore your threat in a way. And let's see if anyone on the live chat or the live audience can come up with. Think of Mikhail Tal, go bonkers. Think of an attacking move.
Think of Arjun. Yeah,
Think of Arjun, actually.
Arjun is sitting in front of you because he just played h3 and what would you play? What would Arjun play?
Yeah, white wants to kick this knight away, but hey, we like to fight.
Absolutely. I think, do we have someone?
Yes?
Yeah, can
with
we-
the microphone?
Can you please tell us your name and also...
Yeah. Into the microphone, please.
Sorry? Wonderful.
Beautiful.
G5 is the only move in this position and a very, very strong one because once you take on G4, black takes back and then...
Let's actually show that, Sahaj.
Yes,
To-
absolutely. H5, pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn. And now suddenly the queen and the rook. You see the purpose of this move, queen b8 now.
Yeah.
Because it's hitting the h2 square, and the knight is unable to move. The queen comes in, and that's just checkmate.
And if you guys knew how many times I have lost like this when I started playing bullet, I'm like, oh, a free piece. I become a bit greedy, and then immediately, realized how big of
Dangerous it
a
can be, yes.
fool I was. Yes, but these are very, very common ideas, and it's good to always be aware of them.
Yeah, and great shout out to by Kinsho there about him being a puzzle battle world champion. And you see, this is Puzzle Rush.
Yeah.
He's kind of inviting Arjun, baiting him to play h3. But Sahaj, any chance Arjun falls for this?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
No way.
Because the moment you see the queen on b8, you know what's coming in.
Yeah.
This move.
And also some knight d4 ideas in the air. So
Maybe he can play g3, I guess, because with g3, you still sort of block that pawn on h2, and you have this idea of bishop f4 as well. So both of them looking quite dangerous. And now h5 doesn't seem as dangerous to me because the queen is no longer eyeing the h2 square. However, Arjun does have to be precise here.
With g3, I would actually be worried of some future f5 ideas because suddenly the white squares become a bit weak, and maybe we can go for some ideas with f5, knight d4, and
f5,
get some use of that bishop on b7.
That Mora Gambit, experience is sort of showing in this position.
Yeah.
It's a pretty innovative idea. I think with proper planning, I think it can probably we can execute it.
I just like how Sahaj is so kind with you, Kinsho. If I or chat had suggested a move like f5 touching the golden pawn, violating the rules of chess.
You see, I'm okay with moving the golden pawn as long as it's for tactical reasons. For tactical reasons, it's completely okay to touch the golden pawn. That's why there is no there's nothing from my side here. But yeah.
This panel, I had to learn to justify touching the pawn because otherwise, I would be in some trouble.
And as Arjun thinks, a very big shout out to our sponsors here, QUANTBOX, because Arjun is also sponsored by QUANTBOX. He got a $1.5 million deal over 5 years. So that's a very big, generous sponsorship. And Arjun, has proved his mettle. In fact, it was last year in the exact same tournament that Arjun crossed 2800 in FIDE rating. So he's about to play a move, and he takes a back. Sahaj, are you 2800 on chess.com at least?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. What do you mean at least?
I mean, it's like, okay, you are a grandmaster, of course, but just shows like Arjun's rating is so amazing and he's already on a good start and he plays b4.
Wow. So it does not fall for that h3, h5, sort of trap there. He does invite knight d4, and now I feel Arjun is sort of, getting into the groove because now the position is going to be messy and he's going to feel a lot more comfortable in comparison to his opponent. That's just my opinion. But then again, that puzzle rush experience from Robson could come in handy in such situations as well. What do you think about that, Rakesh bhai?
For sure. And I think knight d4, we can see the blue arrow. A blue arrow means that the only move to retain the advantage for black, if the bishop goes back to any of these two squares, white will start to take over. But Kinsho, looking at all the games, I think this is the one where we will have a decisive result for sure.
Definitely, and it's always good, even from a viewer's perspective, to have decisive games because we came to see some action, and we might actually get what we are wishing for. Not so easy, in my opinion, to play knight d4. Or maybe I'm just missing the point. Can we just quickly go into it? Why do we play knight d4 here?
It's a great question there because knight d4 once again puts that pressure on the h2 pawn. So if Arjun decides to ignore it, it's not going to happen, by the way. Not in a million years. But still, if white chooses to ignore it, let's say white goes pawn, d takes c5 in this position, then knight takes knight, queen takes knight, and queen takes h2 is just checkmate. So there is that's it. The game is over in 14 moves already. So that's the idea behind a move like knight d4. it sort of puts pressure on the F3 knight, which is a crucial defender in White's position at the moment.
Yeah, it looks knight d4, one of the strongest moves we'll see. You see Ray thinking here. Arjun has taken a little break. He's roaming around, and I've known Robson for a long time, and he is like a time pressure addict. So, Sahaj, do you expect him to, fumble in the time pressure stage against Arjun?
Well, he didn't fumble against.
Yeah, yesterday he played an amazing game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think both of the players yesterday were having, I think, less than a minute for, I think, close to an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
And still Robson kept his cool under pressure. So, but Arjun is a different beast when it comes to faster formats. So maybe it can happen. But I would say the most sort of ideal situation for Arjun is when Robson is in time pressure and Arjun is not. And still the position is a bit messy. That's the ideal situation for the white side here.
Yeah, true. And if producer G, if you could have the live eval bars for at the bottom in this scene as well.
Also a big, huge update, by the way, in the challenges section. Abhimanyu seems to be completely destroying Harshvardhan here. He seems to be completely winning. It's a +2 position, and Abhimanyu's last move was a huge inaccuracy. He's technically already winning.
Wow.
So what happens if we just stay? Let's just take a look at it, because it seems the most natural move.
Yeah, I think you can just take on e5.
Yeah.
And black takes on e5, and now that pawn on b5 is a wonderful piece, wonderful pawn, because it's sort of like a pass pawn. Black can never attack it, and at the same time, if you look at black's pawns on a5 and c5, they are now super weak. They're not just weak; they are about to be taken. At least one of them will get taken in the next 2 or 3 moves, because you have bishop d2 coming in, queen f4 coming in, and all of this is going to be very, very dangerous. For black here. Knight e5, I think, huge inaccuracy here.
Big inaccuracy. And can we have Abhimanyu versus Harshvardhan if possible? Love to see their reactions live and see if Harshvardhan is feeling the heat. Something what Sahaj, you were experiencing during the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters qualifiers that we had, and Harshvardhan won the qualifier, which you also tried to play and qualify for this event.
I have to say, we were in a very similar situation. I had a very, very good position against Harshvardhan, but he is an insane defender.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I cannot tell you, I still do not understand how he managed to defend, how he managed to escape that, but he has nerves of steel. So even in a situation like that, I would not rule him out, because he will find a way to claw back in. And just like he did against me as well, and he managed to win with insane precision. So I think the game is not over, not yet.
Yeah, and Sahaj, young Chennai boy Harshvardhan, the only international master playing in across both the categories. Do you think he has some chances for a GM norm here?
Oh, absolutely. I think he might become a GM very soon, because I do feel he has the strength. And it's only a matter of time when he makes a norm. Do we know if he has any norms, by the way?
Yeah, he has, I think, one. And shout out to his dad, also 2200 rated player, yeah, Gopala Krishnan. So
oh, wow.
He's here, I think, I'm not sure if he's in the audience, but he's a proud father. He's seeing his son playing, in a tournament. And, such a nice feeling, because there's so many talented kids in India. But it was through a qualifier. It's all fair. Everything, like whoever wins the qualifier makes it to Chennai. Unlike some people also get to commentate here. But nice to have, these strong players. And for me personally, I'm rooting for either Harshvardhan, Pranesh, another strong Chennai GM, or Deeptan. 3 qualifiers who play an online event, get to the B challenges section, win the event, and next year they get to play with Anish, Giri, Arjun Erigaisi. That's like a dream for every kid.
Absolutely, it is a life-changing experience. I mean, we saw this happening to Arvind.
Yeah.
Because I think just after winning this tournament, everything changed for him. He hit, I believe, the rating of 2750 not much later after this happened
Yep,
because
yep.
he got invitations to so many elite events, and it opened so many doors for him. And I think the same can be said for Pranav as well, because Pranav is now, he won the challenger section and now he's playing in the masters section, and having this opportunity to play against the best players in the world is something else.
And Sahaj, you forgot the biggest one. Chennai Grandmaster, like QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmaster, changes lives. It was Gukesh
Yep.
who qualified to the FIDE candidates in the last minute entry. Otherwise, Gukesh would not have become a world champion.
That is an insane point to think about.
So I think it's like if you win this tournament, it can change your life in a way. So
Yeah.
That's definitely why he wanted to get into the competition. All right.
So Kensho, Bishop D2 played, and you see, you've seen this always. When a game is about to end, or if there is something, people start coming towards that board. You see, Adiban always wants to have fun. He's kind of laughing and telling Abhimanyu, "Oh, it looks like you're winning, buddy."
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the position is not looking too promising for Harshvardhan
Yeah.
for now. And it is definitely heating up. And if he doesn't want to, get into some really, really big trouble, he definitely needs to think about the next decisions, how to, wire himself together, because all of these pawns on A5, C5, and D5 are super weak. And there has
E7
to
as well, I think. E7.
That's true, and he definitely needs to figure out a way how to somehow hold it all together, which is a very, very difficult task.
I'm thinking if in an ideal scenario you want your knight on d6, you want your, and I don't even know what I'm going to do with the bishop. I mean, maybe I just ignore the pawns and I just go for some f5 push to find some counterplay, divert the attention, from the queen side completely.
Mhm.
But it seems difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I see how in desperate situations you throw your rule book out of the window, touching the golden pawn yet again.
Yep.
But it's a desperate situation for Harshvardhan, this one.
Exactly. Absolutely. Okay, so while Harshvardhan thinks, maybe we can go to Aryan versus Nitna and Ghosh, because there also something very crazy is happening.
Okay.
Last time we covered this, Black had just played the move d5. If we just go back to that movement on move 15, it was d5, which was, sorry, queen e7, which was a huge inaccuracy because now white can just capture the pawn, and that's exactly what has happened on the board.
Yeah.
He takes d5, takes, and black goes rook a8, another inaccuracy. And now white has so many moves. There's rook takes d8, there's bishop c4, and you're just a pawn up. You have double bishops, you have half an hour more on the clock. What more can you want?
That's a dream position for Aryan Chopra. 26-34, trying to beat another qualifier, Deepta here. Kincho, any chances for Deepta here?
It's gonna be very, very difficult. I mean, white is super comfortable here, and yeah, I mean, what can we even do? I mean,
So no.
I try to be as nice and polite as possible and everything, but I mean, it's definitely difficult. So I would say no, not really.
Yeah, and we can see Deepta on the camera as well. He looks worried.
Yeah, he looks a bit stressed, of course, and also the body language says that the clock is a great indicator of that, because once you make a mistake like that, I mean, can we actually have it on the screen? How much time did it take to play the move rook 88?
So 26 minutes and 33 seconds.
So in 26 minutes, I'm sure it was not just thinking about chess here. It's just accepting the reality that the position is now lost. My understanding is that before he sort of went into this position, he had this idea of playing g5, and he thought that if white moves the bishop, if white just moves the bishop, then you can take the rook on d5. I think that's what was his idea. But after g5, I can just go bishop takes g5, and the game is over.
Oh, that's the point. So takes, rook takes, the king is completely open.
King h8, and now just queen c3 or something. This is what we just looked at right before the break. And the G and H files look very, very dangerous. And I believe that's maybe what he was calculating, and sort of accepting that reality that, okay, this is not equal anymore.
I mean, also in these situations, you always need to also calm yourself down and, collect yourself together a bit. and try to, do some damage control as much as possible. So, but because when you feel like you're doing worse, it's really easy to fall into this mindset that, okay, I messed up, like there's no chance again. But instead, you can collect yourself a bit and think about how I can make still the best out of this whole situation.
Rakesh, correct me if I'm wrong. You might want to do some damage control like Kinchu said, but it might be a bit too late for that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's very close to losing. Like a couple more mistakes, and then you can start thinking about what you're having for dinner.
Yes, absolutely. Because double bishop advantage, simple pawn up, half an hour more on the clock. Let's go to the next game. Kincho, take us to the next game. Which one do you
And
think is the most interesting?
Yeah, while Kincho finds an exciting game for us, Saj, this is I asked Deeptan about how he's liking the event. Remember, he qualified from the online qualifier, and it's his first time ever in his life. He's been playing chess for 20-25 years now. First time ever he's playing a closed tournament. He's always
wait.
placed open.
What about the ones in Budapest?
He's the Deeptan has never played. He's
Never played. Wow.
open tournament specialist. Rarely loses a game. Very solid. But yeah, it's opportunities like this.
You're coming up with so many cool stats here, so many cool facts here with GG.
Yeah.
Loving it.
So Kincho, do we have a game?
I think let's go back to the master section and let's take a look at the Awonders and Jordan's game, because it is a really uncommon position, I would say. I mean, I barely see anything similar to this, and I don't even know where we left this position off because it changed so much.
Right. I think it was somewhere around this moment when White played Bishop G5 check. I think we can go from here. F6, Bishop goes to H4, just defending the Bishop. Black plays A6.
Yeah.
Bishop to F1. Knight to B3, attacking that rook on A1. Rook goes to A2. Bishop to B7, developing that bishop. I somehow think optically black looks a bit better to me because your piece activity is way more. White goes Knight C4. I think still 2 moves left to be played.
What's this rook on A2 doing?
Exactly.
So weird.
Question. It's a good question. It's thinking about dinner. So rook H8 happens on the board, and now actually, to your credit, the best move in this position seems to be rook to A3, because as you mentioned, that rook has basically no purpose here. So playing rook A3, kicking the knight away makes the most sense. But once black retreats the knight to C5, that rook on A3 still looks a bit bad to me.
Yeah, and you might have to kick the knight away with B4 or something. But yeah, the rook, like the Russian school of chess says, the rook don't belong between the 3rd and the 6th rank. Either they're good on the back rank or the first couple of ranks. So yeah, rooks are not good on the 3rd rank. So, but you got to kick the knight away, Sahaj.
Yeah, I think it's the only move in this position.
Mm-hmm.
So, besides rook A3, any other moves that make sense to you? I don't really see anything.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe
not so easy.
Bring in the bishop back, bishop G3, controlling this F4 square. But, I just... Awonder will be happy to play like a non-Indian player because he's really, really excited, scared, nervous to play the Indian players. And it's just nice to have like an international mix. And it's his first visit to India, first visit to Chennai. So shout out to Awonder and best wishes, and hope he comes up with an idea to save this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So while the players are thinking maybe we should shift our attention to the next game, how about we look at Nihal versus Vidit, or Vidit versus Nihal it was, because it looks like a very crazy position.
Yeah.
Not a single exchange has been made so far in this game. All the pieces, all the pawns are still present, which is highly unusual, I would say, at such a level. And another thing that is a bit unusual is Vidit's time, which is around 31 minutes, and his opponent having 53 minutes, so around a 20-22 minute difference between these two players. We don't want Vidit to get into time trouble again, because we saw what happened yesterday. Despite having a winning position, despite having the only player who could push, having time pressure is always a difficult thing to sort of take on. However, if we look at just the position alone, I think Vidit's position looks beautiful.
Yeah, but our producers here showing us the zoomed in version of the clock, clearly pointing out something about the time. And shout out to our producers MGD1 here, been doing an amazing job, and also for getting these bars on the bottom, where we don't need a bird's eye view anymore. Anyone in the audience could also let us know, one's game bar has gone completely to the other side, and we could quickly jump into that game. So shout out to them, and yeah, shout out to the H5 pawn as well, known as the Alpha Zero idea, where you push one pawn to H6 and it might help you in the end game. So Sahaj and Kinsha, what do you think? I would like to get in your predictions for this game.
I'm always loving these sort of situations. Pushing, and getting into some fighting and exciting positions, and that is what that is what is in the making right now. I mean, soon we might have some h6 pushes, of course, with caution, because we don't really want to close down the position. But it's really, really nice to see that Vidit is also trying to bounce back, because yesterday's game was tough to recover from, but it's good to see that he managed to do that, and now he's not afraid from taking up more challenges.
Nicely put there, but Rakesh bhai, please don't make me choose between Vidit and Nihal. I don't think I can do that.
Maybe you can ask the audience, Sahaj.
Yes.
Yes. So, who is here rooting for Vidit? Please raise your hand. And who's rooting here? And who's rooting for Nihal? Okay, you're rooting for both, but you think Vidit might win this. Good. I think that's a good observation. I think I more or less agree with that, because the position does say that, it does look better for Vidit here. However, his time is a bit worrying to me, I have to say. Also, the next few moves of Vidit do not seem that easy. Because you cannot castle, you cannot develop your pieces, you cannot play just g4, g5. It doesn't feel that natural.
True. And Kincho, 12 moves in, he's thought for like almost 1 hour, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. What do you think about the time situation for Vidit in this one?
I unfortunately can relate to this very much. I mean, this happens to me all the time. I feel like, I get so deep in my thoughts. And I think Vidit is aware, that his time management has to improve a bit. And I'm just hoping that right now he's coming up with a long-term idea. He's probably looking at a couple of situations, a couple of ideas. And I really hope that once he finds this one idea, he can also maybe blitz out a few moves and help his time situation a bit, because it is going to be an issue soon if not being taken care of.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see it on camera. Vidit looks locked in. He's super focused. But Sahaj, is there a problem for a player of Vidit's stature, who's so used to playing events with an additional time control? Like after 40 moves, you get 30 minutes. But MGD1 and the organizers clearly want us to have fun. So there is no additional time control. You finish the game in 4 hours or 4.5 hours. Do you think that's a problem for Vidit to adapt to this new time control?
I had a conversation with one of the players who said this exact same
Which
thing
player?
to me last night. So I'm not going to say the name of the player.
Indian?
No, not Indian. That actually narrows it down a bit for you. So, but yes, I do think that, Vidit does prefer longer time controls, because I think it suits his style a lot more, because he's a positional player. He likes to, have that position where he can grind a bit. And yeah, I think having time pressure is always a problem for anyone, not just for Vidit. But yeah, Vidit having that game yesterday, I think is definitely something to worry about. So besides the time, I think he's doing fantastic.
Yeah, I love his position. Just a little bit concerned about his time, but we'll come back to this pretty soon. And any other games that we have here?
I think we should look at Anish's game.
Sure, let's jump in.
Pranav. There seems to be a slight advantage.
Wow.
A bit more than slight now that I see for Anish. And we just now have F5 on the board, which looks, well, first of all, we touched the golden pawn, but it seems to be working out very, very well.
Yeah, Grandmaster Sahaj Grimmer warning us about the golden pawn, but it's okay if it gets us an advantage, right?
It's okay as long as it's an attacking move. So you see, F4 attacks the knight on E5, black moves the knight away, and F5 does the exact same thing. Because as long as it's an attacking move, I think it works in this sense. So Pranav, I think looks. I think there's one more move that has been played in this position, if I'm not mistaken. Knight to e5.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the position where Anish is thinking. I really like a move like f6 here, because if you're gonna touch the golden pawn, let's go all the way. Why not play f6? Bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, and then knight to h5. How is that move? Wait, is that actually working?
I think so. I mean, it looks fantastic.
Oh, that looks actually quite nice. Will we see this on the board, Ragesh bhai?
Possibly. You know, Anish thinking about that, and Anish Giri, one of the most loved players all over the world, especially in India, because I'm not sure how many people here know, but I think he is 25% Indian. So yeah, I think
Yes,
Anish's
yes.
grandmother is Indian and
Yeah.
born in Nepal.
Yeah.
Born in Russia.
Lived in Japan.
Lived in Japan. He's
Somebody-
crazy, and now that's
It's a crazy story.
They had a crazy journey, you know.
married to a Georgian chess player. So
Yeah. Speaks, I think, 4 languages or something like that.
he's amazing.
Very, very amazing.
Anish is amazing. I'm a big Anish fan. And let's see. Do you think we'll see f6 by the way?
I think so. I think that's why Anish is thinking. I think he's just considering f6. But however, my worry is that after a move like f6, does black have to go bishop takes f6? Or can I just
Okay.
play bishop c5 or pawn takes f6 instead? Are either of these two moves? So this is more worrying to me.
Yeah, and learning to be ignorant after f takes g7, black also moves the rook, doesn't engage in any of white's moves or white's ideas there.
But
And
this looks really dangerous, no? I mean, knight h5 is still in the cards, I believe.
Yeah.
True.
And some knight f6 jumps in the future can be
The
also.
problem is that you don't want to go into the end game. So if I go bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and queen to c5, that completely eliminates your chances to attack in this position.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably why Anish is hesitating to play the move f6. There might be something better on the table. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Any other moves? How about a move like just king h1 and then look for f6?
Exactly. The best suggestions by the computer are just try to make this idea with f6 work. So either you play rook a c1, kick the queen away, or you don't have that option of trading the queens on this diagonal there. And another option is b4. But the best move is Sahaj here with an expert advice telling us that slide the move king across and then go in with f6 on the next turn.
I think that makes a lot of sense simply because if black was playing this queen c5 and exchanging through that pin, it makes sense to sort of sidestep, prepare for the attack first and then strike as fast as you can.
Yeah, see Anish deep in thought there. Amazing camera angle. You can also maybe zoom in a little. I think he's thinking of something, Anish can feel it that there's something got to happen in the position there.
Absolutely.
Ooh, very, very dramatic, very artistic.
Yeah.
We have
Shout out to our producers there, amazing work. And this is amazing. You see the players' reactions up close. And Kincho, looking at the body language, what do you think? What's going on in Anish's head?
I feel like, every chess player has this little bell ringing sometimes in their head when
Spidey sense.
Yeah, the spidey senses, are tingling sometimes when they feel like something is going on, and I definitely think that this is the case for Anish. So I'm sure that he can feel something, and maybe he is trying to figure it out, and that's why he's so much deep in thought. So I'm thinking that he's completely aware of this situation, and he's just trying to make this f6 ideas work. So I genuinely believe that maybe something like king h1 or rook c1 can actually happen. What do you guys think?
Nice description there. And Pranav getting back on the board, I definitely think between these two players, Pranav looks more tense to me. Anish is more focused, but Pranav definitely looks a bit more tense to me. And judging by the position, judging by the clock, I think this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think I wouldn't want to be in this situation as black, considering that Pranav only has had half out of 2, and if this game does not go his way, it will be half out of 3, which is definitely not a good start for the challenger's champion.
Yeah, of last year. Also not just that, Pranav Venkatesh, Chennai's own Grandmaster, won the Challenges edition last year. Also the World Junior Champion in 2024. So has a lot of laurels on his back. But this is like another tournament where he could really show that he can fight it out with the big boys. But you do not want to lose 2 games in a row. I mean, like in the first 3 games at least, he lost to Vincent, got a draw in between. But this game, Anish, definitely in the driver's seat for now.
Yep, absolutely. 1 out of 2, and I think this will put him, close to the top part of the table. So definitely, I think looking good for Anish. So while I think Anish thinks and ponders over whether to play King H1, whether to
Yes,
play F6.
Yeah, and shout out to
Dhanush.
shout out to Dhanush in the audience, telling us about Vincent is about to win his 3rd game. And this is possible because of MGD's one amazing production and the live bars.
Yep.
And that's why Dhanush in the front row could tell us, and thank you for that. And Sahaj, why is Vincent completely winning yet again?
Oh, that King on F8, that freestyle position. It looks like a freestyle game.
Yeah.
King on F8, Rook on G8, Rook on A7. There's no harmony. In
Ugly.
that space. It looks a bit, let's say, unpleasant. Yes, for sure. White's pieces just seem to be working so well together. The Queen on G3, Bishop on E5, doing a wonderful job of putting pressure on the G7 pawn. The rooks are super well connected. You might have this sort of knight takes D5 sacrifice at some point, and it could work. So yeah, I think it's a mix of many reasons that why White is better. Nothing concrete. White doesn't have to play concrete. Like I can even see on the silicon monster over here that you can play a move like B3 and still White is gonna be better here because it's a long-term advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, with Black, it's sort of difficult to even make up some ideas. I mean, the rook is so stuck. The king is also like in the center of all the action, and it's just not pleasant to be around the queen and the bishop that are both looking at the G7 square. We know that these situations can leave some pretty big marks in our position.
Absolutely, and I think there is one idea which I missed previously, which is just a move like knight E2 and knight D4.
Yeah.
And that just puts pressure on the C6 pawn and also brings out this idea of knight to F5. And then there is a third piece attacking the G7 pawn. And before you know it, it's GG. And he might actually win his 3rd game in a row.
Vincent Keymer, I think Chennai people would definitely love him because he helped Gukesh win the world championship in a way. But very strong player himself, 2-on-2. If he can get out with a big start, very difficult for the others to catch up.
That's for sure. And
By the way,
yeah,
maybe we can take a quick look at Vidit versus Nihal because I'm once again the position is kind of okay for Vidit. I would say maybe a slight advantage, although he had just made an inaccuracy with the move B4. Now my question to you, Rakesh bhai, is it because the move is bad, or do you think Vidit is sort of getting a bit nervous because of the time situation?
No, I don't think he looks nervous. Look at him sizing up Nihal. It's like David versus Goliath.
Vidit never looks nervous.
Yeah, he's
He
super
never looks
confident.
nervous.
He's staring down Nihal there, and it's just he feels confident. I think Vidit loves this position.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think I also love this position, but at the same time, just the time situation makes me a bit worried here. So why is B4 such an inaccuracy in this position? Because I feel like it feels like a very natural move to me.
I think it's still fine. It's amongst the top 3 moves in the position. So it doesn't create any weakness. In fact, just strengthens this. You can never go pawn to A5 because I want to push and kick away your knight. And Vidit is a classic example. Here, anyone in the audience or in the chat, you want to get better at chess, start playing on both flanks of the game. So Vidit, look at this. Putting the pawn on H5, also putting this pawn on B4. And the center is blocked. Where does Nihal place, Sahaj?
It's a good question. Usually they say when you sort of attack on the flanks, you should break the center
Yeah.
So my eyes are gonna be on this E6 E5 break,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure if it's working because I would have to calculate this really really deeply in order to find something here.
True, and it looks like Nihal's got a thing. He's got to come up with an idea, and I don't see an easy way out for Nihal here.
No, definitely not. He just has to find a way to make a bunch of bunch of moves,
Quickly.
and if Vidit tends to get maybe under 15 minutes, under 10 minutes, then maybe he has a real chance. On the board, I think definitely Vidit looks a lot better to me.
Yeah, and
And he's also, trying to make Nihal uncomfortable with this stare as well. He's trying to, with every single thing he can to maybe make Nihal think a bit more and catch up on the time as well. And I think while Nihal is thinking, we can maybe also look on another game. Has there been any progress on any of the other boards?
yeah, I have an exciting update for you. For the American fans here, and before you jump into a quick break, it's Awonder Liang is in a better position, Sahaj, for the first time as Jordan has made a big mistake.
Ooh, what was the big mistake?
So let's catch up. We were talking about this rook move to a3 in the corner. And Sahaj, can you walk us through?
So rook a3 and black,
Yeah.
attacking the knight on b3. Black goes knight to c5, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And then after knight c5, what happened? He goes b4, attacking the knight on c5. He moves the knight away, and now rook to e1. I think a beautiful move because it makes black choose how do you want to take this pawn. You can either take it with the e knight or the d knight, and only one of them is working for some tactical reason. And Jordan actually made a mistake in this exact move because it was not easy to figure out what was the correct one. And he goes knight e takes c3, and now he finds knight d4. Yeah, already on the board. Wow, attacking the e6 pawn. This looks scary. I would say this looks very scary for Jordan because even if you play a move like e5, I can go knight takes e5 or rook takes e5, and your pawn is gone. Your king is in the center. All of my pieces are super developed. Black's pieces seem a bit disengaged when it comes to the defense, at least. I think he looks really good.
I completely agree with you. And Jordan also looks like, he's facing a tough decision. And Awonder is also just, wandering around.
Yeah. For sure. Awonder is not even on the board.
Yeah.
I think he's feeling super happy about this position. He has a good position, and I think he has a definite good chance of winning today as well.
Yeah, and he can, if he plays a good game, it would be a wonderful game. Knight d4, the reigning Dutch champion, Jordan van Foreest, comes from a family of grandmasters. His brother is a grandmaster, Lucas, who supports some Indian talents, and his sister is also a woman grandmaster. In fact, Jordan and his sister both won the Dutch Championships of 2025. And today is, like Raksha Bandhan, like in India. So brother-sister relationship there. What an amazing time to, be a chess family. And also
Wow.
shout out to Jordan's grandpa, who was the Dutch champion about 50 years ago.
Wow.
So definitely, the chess genes are working out
Yeah.
in this family. They are, aligning very, very well. But right now, Jordan is facing some very tough decisions, and we will see how he's gonna handle this situation.
Yeah, and we'll let Jordan think about it before we jump into a quick break. And on the other side, action will be heating up as we head into the time control. We'll be back very soon. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third round of the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters. And we are now heading into the second half of the games. The time pressure is coming, the games are getting exciting. And I have with me Sahaj and Sahil. Guys, which game should we go to?
I think we should check out Vidit's game first because I think it's very, very interesting. Vidit has still not castled. And whenever the H pawn is pushed forward, right, we know something crazy is going to happen.
Vidit is playing super inspired chess today, pushing his H pawn, king, keeping his king in the center. Is there some specific reason for it?
It could be. Maybe the inspiration lies in the building itself, Sagar bhai.
Oh, do you know what has happened today, Sahaj bhai?
I know what happened in this building.
Well, today actually with its better half, Nidhi is here. She just arrived, and perhaps Vidit is in really good spirits, and he's attacking with everything that he's got here.
Yeah.
But is it going to work out?
Yeah, he is taking risks. That's very obvious. And as of now, Black doesn't. Nihal has not handled the position pretty well. Yeah, of course it's double-edged, and Vidit does have less time, so he will have to be on point. And Nihal not even at the seat right now. But what we can be sure, in the next 5 moves, something insane is going to happen.
90 minutes is just too little time for me. I feel like the game should be heating up very, very soon. Throw some G4, G5, try to get that attack as quickly as possible in this position. Because if you keep this type of a position and you have less than 5 minutes, it's not ideal.
Yeah, because also you can now longer go back, right? If you castle, your H5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
And if you push your pawn to H6, then Black is ready to push G5. So in a way, as Sahaj mentions, it's actually important to go G4, G5 perhaps and try to open up something.
Exactly. My point is to play G4, G5 so that if Black plays F5 or F takes G5, that E5 square kind of becomes a bit loose, and maybe I can put my knight there or my bishop there and continue keeping that pressure on the king's head. But of course, this is not an easy task. Definitely not an easy task when you have 18 minutes on the clock. I'm a bit worried here.
I think time is definitely a issue for Vidit, and with such complicated positions, you need time on every single move. And basically, the time control is such that there is no second time control, no 30 minutes being added. So I have a feeling that Vidit is in bit of a pressure.
Yeah. Sometimes you know your superpowers, you know your potential, you know what you can do, and to execute that, you need the correct resources, you need time to plan it out. And right now, Black could be ready to, at some point, blow open this center completely, and then the white king is in the center. For example, G4, we really want to play this move, but apparently even Rook takes, for example, Queen takes, and E5 is the best move for Black, and that's the only move. So he has to go for it, or this just kind of squeezes this game.
Nice. And it's natural, right? When you play on the flank, break in the center. So after pawn takes pawn, maybe the C5 pawn is already hanging, and you can even take twice on E5.
Yeah.
And then bishop takes C5.
Somehow, this doesn't feel as good because I've given up my bishop.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like in order for me to have any kingside attack, I need to keep that dark bishop. You can also see that Black's king is sort of cornered in a dark square. And I would need my dark bishop to create some attacking chances or sort of further my attacking chances. So instead of d takes e5, what I was thinking is, what if I just retreat my bishop back to e3? Now if you take on d4, I capture back with my knight, you capture this, and I capture back with my bishop. This way, we still ensure some pressure on the king's side because we have this h6 ideas. Maybe this could be something.
Yeah, that's interesting, Sahaj. But in the game, Queen B1 has been played by Vidit, and he is asking Nihal, do you want to trade on B3? Should I trade it?
But it also feels like a waste of tempo, right? Because if Nihal takes, then the queen now, instead of going directly to B3, has taken a longer path. So basically, maybe Vidit couldn't find a better alternative. And now again, Nihal, the ball is in Nihal's court. Does he take on B3? Does he develop any of the pieces? The bishop on E8 maybe can come to F7 as well. Even make that E5 move even stronger.
Yeah.
I somehow feel that this is the type of move you make when you want to compensate for having less time. Right? Because if he had more time to think, maybe he wouldn't play a move like Queen B1. But now he knows that he cannot afford to be less than 10 minutes. He cannot afford to be less than 5 minutes. So he's compromising on the quality of the moves just to save time, which I think is a smart decision.
Could be. Let's see what Nihal comes up with. Guys, should we head over to Vincent Keymer's game? The leader of the tournament is not ready to stop just yet his winning streak. He's 2 out of 2 and very soon going to move to 3 out of 3.
And the domination is proven by the time situation right now. 43 minutes for Vincent and 12 minutes for Karthikeyan. Now, this is the golden opportunity for Karthikeyan. He got to the Masters. Can he stop and inform Vincent Keymer?
Unlikely, yeah. This looks over. At 6 pawn is hanging. Maybe I have bishop g5 trying to block that check.
But then just rook f1, bishop takes, rook takes, or knight takes. Both of them look very,
this is just over, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, the time situation, half an hour more than his opponent. If the time situation was reversed, we could argue that, okay, maybe black has some chances to survive. But I don't think there is much hope here. I think Vincent is going to keep his perfect streak of 3 out of 3.
Look at Vincent's body language as well. He knows that he's going to win this. He's looking so calm and confident. 3 out of 3 in such a tournament is really, really huge.
It reminds me of that famous Usain Bolt moment, yeah, when he was running and looked to the left to make that perfect pose. Vincent's like, this is the time to get the pictures, brothers. Take those pictures because I'm going to be on 3 out of 3.
Yeah. And let's see if anyone can actually be in shouting distance to him. Maybe Arjun Erigaisi, he's on 1.5 points, playing Ray Robson, who's also on 1.5. If we can go to that game, Arjun versus Ray Robson.
By the way, we can see how the same time situation here as well. It's 42 minutes and 11, less than 11. Feels like a control C and control V going on. And in the last 2 moves, we've seen a couple of slight, inaccuracies from Ray Robson. And, Arjun just playing normal chess development. And somehow we are seeing that time pressure creeping in.
Sagar bhai, what I'm thinking is what you said in the beginning of our segment here. That where is Arjun? He's not on the board.
No, he's not here.
And I really would like to find out those stats. How much time he spends on the board and how much time he spends, walking.
Do we have that view where we can see the playing hall? We'll be seeing Arjun strolling there. Yeah, if we can have that view. Perhaps we can see Arjun. There he is, I believe. Yeah. Just walking around.
He knows he is better. He knows he has half an hour more than his opponent. It's such a comfortable advantage for Arjun. And yeah, Robson, I don't think he's going to be able to save this one.
There you see Arjun walking around, guys. He takes a lot of steps during his games. Also, there's this thing, yeah, it's I think a psychological thing for Arjun. If someone's rated below 2700, he's like, I'm not going to spare this player. He did beat Awonder Liang in this tournament. Then he drew with Jordan. And now he's playing against Ray Robson, who's 2687. Guys, 9 minutes 30 seconds for Ray.
Wow. And this is the power, right, of great opening preparation by Arjun. I think, as you mentioned, you would love to know how much time he sits at the board. I would love to know how much time he's sitting in front of his laptop before the game, because his preparation is absolutely top-notch. And with his skill, this is what happens.
Yeah.
The opponent has no time.
Also, who's his trainer? I believe that Rustam Kazimjanov was someone with whom he was working. But then Rustam also works with Nodirbek Abdusattarov. So maybe did Arjun find some other trainer, or is he still working with him? We don't know. Maybe we'll get to know.
Maybe we'll call his manager at the end of the event and ask him, who's his secret trainer?
We know that he is here with his mom, and I think that's all.
Also, his father joined.
What they need, I think, in an event like this.
Sahaj bhai, today Arjun's father is also here.
Oh, wow.
So his entire family is here, mother and father, and I think Arjun has full support from his family members. So right now, looking good is Arjun. Should we go to the next one? Anish Giri seems to be pressing against Pranav V, or has the position changed a bit?
I think there was a slight inaccuracy with Rook C1. We were just discussing this. King H1 was a good move. We had this very cool idea of playing F6, but it wasn't working in this position because Black has this Bishop C5 ideas. That's why we wanted to play King H1. to not allow this bishop to get traded because it's pinned and play f6 in the next move. That's what the plan was. But Anish went a different way with rook a c1. I think having the same idea, because now also you can play f6, but somehow you went for f takes e6 here.
F takes e6, and Pranav is thinking, should I take with the bishop or should I take with the pawn? Is one better than the other? I would naturally take with the bishop.
Yep, and regardless, I think Anish has pre-moved knight f5. That's the beauty. Even if you take with the pawn, it's still pinned and knight can still hop into f5.
Wow. So taking with the bishop, is that important?
Yes.
Very, very important in this position. It's the
Wow.
only move that survives.
But then why is Pranav thinking so much? Or maybe he's not thinking so much, but I think
Maybe he's thinking about the possibility of bishop to b5 because, hello, your exchange loss.
That's a great point, Sahaj. Bishop b5 and e takes f7 check, king h8. Is there some kind of a mate or something?
Maybe we can ask the audience. There's a beautiful move here. Just
Really?
one move that
Okay,
saves
guys.
white here.
Guys, can you play here the best move? Because I can't see it yet. Oh, no.
It's a very nice move actually. It's not necessarily a tactic. It's a way to avoid losing a rook in this. But there is just one way that Yes? Rook c5. That would be a good move, but black's bishop is eyeing the c5 square. So black can go bishop takes c5.
Yeah, actually, I also got tempted by that move, but then the bishop was there. Anyone else wants to try this? I believe I found the move. Yes. Queen e1. Anand ji, you are playing really strong today. Well, all Anand's very strong. Yeah, so Queen e1. What a move, because you can't take the rook. Queen is hanging, and if queen takes queen, then we have rook takes queen, saving the rook there.
And now you can still play, sorry to just go a bit deeper here, but you can still play knight d3 after queen e1, key 1. You can still play knight d3, but this time you choose to just give the exchange. You can play e5, you can play knight f5. But I have to say, optically, it doesn't feel that obvious that white is winning. So maybe this is what Pranav is sort of calculating in this position. By the way, he just went...
I have to give it to Sahil Bhai, who just said that, he's going to pre-move knight f5. He did pre-move it. Knight comes to f5, attacking the bishop there on e7.
And Pranav has to find bishop f6. I think the problem is he has to find the string of only moves. He has time to calculate, but he cannot go wrong. Any other move, for example, if you take that
Rook f5, yeah?
rook f5, suddenly the bishop pair, pressure on f7, the second rook coming in. This is going to be very tempting to play, but very dangerous.
So bishop f6, the only move in this position.
Getting excited here.
I don't understand.
By
why
the
this
way,
is
guys, just to draw your attention to his Awonder Liang completely crushing Jordan.
Yes, Jordan just made a huge inaccuracy with this knight c3. Oh, by the way, there's a brilliancy on the move. You can show that.
Yeah, this was the position and black was slightly better, and this was a slight error. He had to take with the second knight. How difficult it is, to just decide which knight to take with.
I'm super confused with these knights in the center. What is wrong with knight takes c3? Like here.
I think maybe the e file opens up and now knight d4.
He found it.
Yeah, he found it. King f7, takes on e6, rook d7, and rook takes c3. A brilliancy on the board, sacrificing the exchange. And now knight takes b6, instantly winning it back.
Isn't this just GG?
No, he played rook d8, right? Oh, he played rook d6.
Oh, bishop.
Isn't this just loss?
But now you can see the blue arrow, Sahaj. It means you have to find the only move here, bishop c4. If you don't play it and you take knight takes a8, I believe that wouldn't work, right? Rook takes e6.
Yeah, there's some level of hope for black here. Maybe that, with the knight trap there. The best move, bishop c4, would be a killer blow here.
But Sahil bhai, beautiful tactic here for the audience and for you guys as well. After bishop c4, if black goes rook takes b6, it's mate in 2.
Mate in 2?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a mate in 2.
Guys, what should white do here? Because I was also wondering. I couldn't figure it out fully.
It's a mate in 2. And just it's an only move in the position.
Wow,
Anything
it's
else,
so
white
nice.
is losing.
Guys, white to play and mate in 2, yes.
No, but then there is rook takes c8. So
Yeah.
we said knight c7 and rook e8 check. But then remember, black's rook on 8 is also controlling the e8 square.
You have the right piece.
I love how he's trying and he's trying to find the move. Good job. Yes.
When you think knight g5, absolutely correct. Black goes king f8. Yes, knight goes h7, and that's a
Guys,
checkmate.
what a
So-
beautiful checkmate.
So just a pointer here. Whenever you think about discovered checks, start with double checks first. Always.
He found it. He found bishop c4.
Let's go.
Jordan is struggling. Awonder Liang, we saw him yesterday, playing with the camera, learning the best camera angles there. So he's very curious about learning, and clearly he's showing some great signs today.
Awonder just doesn't show ambition in general in his interviews and all, but on the board, he's like finding all these killer tactics.
In fact, in the interview, he mentioned, you got me to India. Indian players are so strong here. And now he's crushing here. He's like, okay, Jordan, you are not Indian. I'm going to crush you.
Well, so right now, big win coming in for Awonder Liang. This round seems to be a very intense and combative round. What about Vidit and Nihal Sarin? Should we go to that game?
Absolutely. With having 10 minutes on the clock, this is very, very stressful for me.
No, I mean, did Nihal take on d3, queen b3 that happened?
Yes.
Queen c8, and now Nihal Vidit just played king f1.
Ooh, that's a move you play when you have 10 minutes on the clock and you can't find something very crystal clear, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
What is the plan of king e1, king f1? Is he planning bishop h3, king g2 to get the king to safety?
I'm guessing it's artificial castling, right? Because he can also go king g1, king h2. And if we're worried about the h5 pawn, we can always defend it with g4, for example. And he couldn't castle immediately because the h5 pawn was hanging. So I'm guessing that's why he wants to put his king on the side, so he can bring his rook on the queen side, maybe on the only open file, which is the b file in the position. I think that's his plan here.
By the way, Nihal has taken off his jacket, so he's in for that mode. Yeah? I am ready for the time pressure phase. And with it, again, after his crazy game yesterday, but yesterday both players were under time pressure. Now I think Nihal has a lot more time.
But do you think Nihal will also think, he's
He's relaxed. I think Nihal has no stress in the position he's yawning, so he's like, okay, I have this under control.
But so if Nihal starts playing quickly, how much do you think is the pressure on Vidit? Do you think that his position is good enough to find moves, or you think that time is going to play a very crucial factor in this game?
I think the latter. Yeah, I think time plays a very, very big factor. I think for Vidit, it would be great if he can find a more sort of decisive advantage in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Well,
Because if
said by how to find decisive advantage, it's not so easy.
Of course, it's not easy, but then Vidit must keep that time above 10 minutes to in case there is a crucial position, he has enough time to calculate everything. Because if he has under 5 minutes and that crucial moment comes, he just won't have enough time.
Correct. Right. So time is definitely not on Vidit's side, but the position is very complicated, even slightly better for Vidit. So a lot of excitement in this game.
Also, I think in terms of standings, right, we're reaching that stage where people start thinking who are the players who are not in form.
Yeah.
So if you lose this game, you're half out of 3, then everybody else decide, okay, I have to win against Vidit because he's not in form. And Awonder Liang is winning. Nihal, if he wins, he goes to 1.5, and Vidit does not want to be in that scenario. Nobody wants to be in that scenario.
By the way, A4 is played. Is that just giving up a free pawn? Can we snatch it? I'm just wondering. Let's think about it. Is there a tactic there? Because I can't see it. No, he doesn't take it. He doesn't take it.
95 maybe? 95? Oh, he doesn't take it yet.
Actually, it's a very smart move because there is no direct discovered attack. But apparently, E5 now works magically for Nihal Sarin.
That's so smart.
Wow. And Vidit, to his credit, had seen it already.
Yeah.
And he now quickly plays Queen E3, and that's a great move.
Moving quickly. Yeah. He wants to save time on the clock. Queen E3.
Sahil, actually, can we show what the next move after E5 was? Because that was insane. It's only one move that saves white here, but we must mention it for our audience here because it's such a beautiful move.
I think this is too difficult.
It's too difficult to ask, I think, but we should show the idea anyways.
So now you don't take the pawn. You don't try to do anything. You play knight to h4 as white.
Oh,
And that's why I think Vidit probably didn't see this. And if you, for example, take that free piece,
Yeah.
even now you don't play check, you take on d5, you cover that g8 square, and next knight g6. Oh, this is insane, insane tactics.
Also, c6 hangs, knight g6 check, everything on the everything on the board. Oh, wait, knight d8. Okay, we have to ask the audience, white to play and win.
Oh,
I'm so
wow.
glad we went into this level.
this is very beautiful, very pretty. Guys, white to play and finish it off with a flourish. Anyone who is here,
Yeah, I see a hand there.
yes, can we have a mic there? You can tell your name and the move.
My name is Raghav.
Yes, Raghav.
Queen takes e8.
Wow,
Yes.
beautiful. Queen takes e8, rook takes e8.
And now knight to g6 check.
What a
and-
question, man said. Beautiful. Takes, and it's a checkmate in the corner.
That's beautiful, actually, beautiful.
And I'm like, Vidit maybe did not find knight h4. A difficult move to see this, and he just had less time. He played the logical move.
It's also a good move.
Yeah, it's a very good move. And now again, like he's focused on not allowing e5 at any cost, also defending that pawn indirectly.
And now bishop h3 can really put pressure on the e6 point. So very interesting positional struggle here. Should we quickly check what Arjun Erigaisi is up to?
Yeah, let's go to Arjun's game. And this is the position, not major development so far. I think this is where we left it, right? Rook d2. So d6, rook d1, bishop f8, pawn. Okay, h4 is a tradition now. No, everybody wants to play it, yeah?
Well, you know, there is this saying that when you used to face Tigran Petrosyan, it felt like there was this boa constrictor which would, or Tigran Petrosyan or Anatoly Karpov, you know, the snake would just cover you up and slowly crush you. And I feel like Arjun is doing the same in this position. He has all the pawns on the fourth rank. Now going h4, h5, he's squeezing black down.
Actually, from both flanks, yeah, the h4, h5, h6 could be a plan. Already you have advanced enough on the queen side. Blacks, you are just struggling to find moves from the black
Also
side.
clock.
Yeah.
What I was getting to that's it just shows you have 4 minutes on the clock because it's simply not easy to find moves to play as black. You are reaching a stage where you just go king h8, king g8. I mean, look at black's next move, black's previous move. It was bishop to 8. That goes to show that there are not enough useful moves in the position for black.
No, Ray Robson is definitely struggling here. We can potentially say, like, with 90% certainty that Arjun will convert this.
Yeah, by the way, we should jump to Vincent.
Let's go.
Because crazy stuff happening here. This is where we left it. A bunch of moves. Bishop g5.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, knight c5, queen c3, knight e4, takes the pawn.
Yeah.
Rook d7, knight comes into the picture. This is getting dangerous. Takes, rook d6, knight e6 check.
Wow.
Takes with the queen. Wow.
Already won.
Yeah, he won.
Knight c3 check, king a1. And because you can't take the rook here,
Yeah.
there is a mate on f7. Vincent Keymer wins third game in a row, guys. Let's have a round of applause for him. What a guy.
The main part.
First game to finish in both Masters and Challengers.
I would love if Vincent can join us, yeah?
That would be amazing. Yes.
That would be so nice.
He's coming, yeah?
If Vincent Keymer can join us, it would be so nice. We can have a look at the game with him. Also, ask him his thoughts on the other games.
Also, he's played crushing games. Like, no game has been, like, what is this? Look at the queen on e6,
Yeah.
rook on f4, the rook hanging. This is the kind of game which gives you immense confidence, not just for the tournament, but also kind of to reach the top leagues. Yeah, Vincent is very close to that metric. Yeah, he might say, you know what? I want to win the Grand Slam and the World Cup and qualify to the candidates.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think he started to believe that the candidates is meant for him 2026. Just like how Arjun thinks, or Pranav thinks, or Nadirbek thinks, these youngsters are all thinking about that after Gukesh has won the World Championship title. They all want to reach there. Okay, so this one is done. Let's look at the next position. We haven't yet seen the game of Anish and Pranav. What were the developments after the knight jumped in? Did Pranav find bishop f6?
Yes, he did find it, and he still maintained that time difference. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now somehow the attack is missing, right? Because I don't see it. The knight has to move back, which is not where you wanted to go. Rook a8, h3, and a6. And I would say Pranav has comfortably neutralized Anish's attack. And now the game looks much more comfortable.
Yeah, because of that knight on e5, right? Very strong knight for black.
Absolutely. You need that bishop on a2 to keep that pressure on the a2 g8 diagonal. So great job by Pranav for, exchanging that. I somehow think Pranav has good chances now to actually push for a win in this.
Yes. I think that's the thing about Pranav. He tries really hard and he gets his chances. Let's see if he manages to convert this. And meanwhile, we have a guest joining in here. We have the leader of the tournament. Let's have Vincent here. Let's give it up for him. Vincent, this is the microphone. You played an incredible game, 3 out of 3 start here in Chennai. How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, I mean, today's game was maybe the smoothest I had so far. I did a lot of the opening. I got a good position and then at least hopefully converted it quite nicely.
Oh, you played amazing. I think all best moves.
So were you expecting 4-9 Sicilian today?
Basically, I decided to play e4 and I was expecting pretty much everything. That's the strategy. But yeah, I mean, he used to play 4 knights, so it's not that big of a surprise. Of course, in the tournament, he played c5, knight, c6, so that is obviously the main thing I prepared for. But yeah, it's not that unusual. I mean, also, yeah. I mean, the only thing I was kind of worried about, that the exact idea I played today, played against Prague not that long ago, and I thought that maybe he could know it from there, but seems like he didn't.
Because he comes from the same academy as Prague.
Yes.
So he's good friends with him. But this
here in Bishop b4 is kind of a move you can play, and if you know another 30 engine moves, you will make a draw as black. But I was basically thinking that he will not really expect e4, and if he expects e4, he will not go into such big detail in such complicated lines. So I was nearly sure that he wouldn't go for that complication. And also, basically, normally people play bishop f4 to get the transposition to the Sveshnikov, to play knight db5, d5, bishop g5. So, yeah, I guess that's also what he expected. I mean, I was trying to find a little smaller idea.
But you went bishop b5, and this is something that you had deep preparation. Where did he go wrong according to you?
Oh, like after bishop c6, my preparation was over.
Okay.
So after that, I played myself. It's not that bishop 6 is such a bad move, it's just that after bc6 there are, as usual, enough lines which are pretty... bishop a4, and now you can basically choose whether to go d5 or e5. I think d5 is like Engine's top choice, e5 is the move Prague played, which also is completely fine. Yeah, it's just a very complex position, and I was hoping that we'll get a playable position, and also me having the advantage in terms of prep, that I might get a little advantage here.
So what, according to you, was the difference between bc6 and bishop takes e6?
Well, I mean, the structure is very different here. He uses one tempo to play a6, which I think changes a lot. In the other line, basically after bc6, bishop a4, d5, I think we're supposed to... I don't have the time to go from castle. I guess bishop b3 or bishop b4 would be coming. That's what I would assume.
And this is what you had prepared prior to the...
Yeah, I mean, more or less. Yeah, bishop c6, queen d3, I think it's kind of very natural. a6, take, and then we get the same structure, but now with all of these bishops, which is a little double-edged, because usually these bishops, they can also be important for white, because it's like the bishop I can place it on b3. That's very useful to block any kind of attack. But here, I am very good with tempi. Like,
you get this in those Sozin classical types of position. No, you take on c6 and you go g4, g5 or something.
yeah, just that I'm never had games like this anyway. Yeah, so basically it's still
Nice.
Was h4 something that was more intuitive? You knew this plan?
I'm not sure. Like, it came to my mind, and once it was in my mind, I thought that maybe it's something I had seen, but very dark memory if there was any.
It's a great move, actually.
Like, the idea is that I generally would like to go queen g3 at some point, and I want to get rid of this knight h5 idea. So I thought that he could try to go queen a5 actually here. Because then if I go h5 now, there's bishop b4. So he has this kind of idea.
Right.
Actually, that was one of the
That's
best
true.
moves he could play in this position.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have played h5. I was considering going bishop e5 instead to be kind of thought h5.
Yeah.
Here, because now after knight g4, I think I can go queen g3. I mean, it might feel weird to give up the bishop, but he is in some immediate trouble with development. So it was very complicated, but of course I was happy to see bishop e7, h5, h6, queen g3, king f8. I mean, after that it's certain this position is unpleasant. He's like stuck with this rook forever. And since I'm controlling that b8 square, there's also no real attack for the moment. But the only thing is that the position is still quite close. He has this very nice structure in the center, so I need to start breaking somehow.
So then you basically planned f4 and pushing the f pawn here, rook g8, f4, knight d7. You took.
I think he had to go cd, which is like normally I'm not supposed to take ed cd strategically, but here I think I'll just go bishop d4. I keep that bishop, and then long term this king and rook constellation is so bad, and I will always have some break with f5 that like the dynamic disadvantage here really hurts him a lot. He's basically playing with all the rook, and that for quite a long time.
So approximately around which time did you think you were completely playing?
Like after ed knight e2, I was very confident I would win the game, simply because I also had a really significant time advantage, and it's also the kind of position that for me it just plays itself. Like I just have to improve my pieces, and he has all the weaknesses, and the king is weak, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that he should probably have many ways to win the game.
And this was just the attack playing itself. Very nice moves. Queen c6, rook d7, knight jumping in, takes, rook d6, and you found the very nice finishing shot. Knight e6, takes, check, and king a1. And he resigned here. I think, Vincent, are you feeling really good being here in India? Are you feeling like you are able to play your best chess in the last 3 rounds?
Yeah, and here I'm certainly happy with the way I've played. First round was more shaky than I would have liked it to be, but it's kind of normal that first rounds can sometimes be that way, that you're not fully in the zone yet. And the second game yesterday was also completely crazy. I just thought it's very important that I managed to keep this few minutes on the clock at all times to be ready to calculate some unexpected lines in case they happen, because here we don't really get any time after move 40, so having a little extra time, even if it's only a few minutes, can really change a lot.
I would like to ask you a question about just your previous game. You had d5 very, very early on, but we were debating that you were not going to play d5, and Sagar was saying that you were absolutely not, because he has been, following you for such a long time, and you ended up not playing. So was that on purpose because you thought it was going to equalize position too quickly, or what went through?
Just to show this position which we are talking about, it's here.
No, it's a bit
Before.
Ah,
it's a bit
before.
before, yes.
Here.
It's around here, yes.
Easy to.
Yeah.
No, I saw d5. I just didn't realize how bad my position would be after queen c7. I thought like d5 will be equal, and the other thing it will be like 0-30, 0-40, but playable. And when he started blitzing out his next 2 moves, I realized it's actually pretty unpleasant. So then I was just really, really happy to see knight a4, because after that I could get this counter play of sacrificing the exchange. I think if you just knight b3, sorry, knight b3. If he just goes rook fd1 instead, it's really sad. I mean, he keeps the full control, and I will really suffer here. So it was really basically lucky that he went knight b3. And yeah, I mean, objectively, certainly not a great choice, but after having won that game, also not too bad.
I think it worked out fine for you.
Well, Vincent, how are you enjoying the food here? I see you many times in the restaurant because that's the only time we're able to see you apart from the playing hall. How is the Indian food and all for you?
I like it. To be honest, during lunch, there are other things on my mind than food normally. It's like, today I realized I still have like 3-4 files to repeat, and it's already like 2 p.m. And I'm still sitting at lunch, so I should probably get going. But yeah, for dinner, it's really nice. Like you have some time to spend and can relax a little. And I think it's also important to take some time off in terms of thinking about the next game. Like, of course, next game is coming to mind, but you need to give yourself some kind of break, or otherwise you'll just be dead after half the tournament.
True.
Sure.
No rest there as well. Yeah. I wanted to ask that.
If you have one.
Yeah, usually when I'm in the restaurants, I like to order like either mutton or chicken madras.
Oh, lovely,
Yeah.
lovely. That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
Amazing. Yeah. Vincent, I think you are playing incredibly well. I was talking with our fellow commentators and we were saying sometimes +3 is good enough to win such a tournament. And you have started with +3.
Yeah, but you can also lose games. That's the problem. I think here the key is just to not stop like being ambitious.
Mm.
So it's very easy to make a few rather calm draws, and then you kind of lose the spark, and then you maybe run into one prep and you lose again, and you get nervous, and you can easily ruin such moments. It's very important to still be alert, and then I hope that I can finish in the way I started.
Amazing. Well, guys, Vincent Keymer, our leader of the tournament. A big round of applause for him. Vincent, thank you for stopping by. Guys, Vincent has started this tournament brilliantly. It's going to be super tough to keep up with him. But I believe, Sahaj, that it's not going to be like a straightforward walk in the park for Vincent, because right behind him is Arjun Erigaisi. And he is clearly better. Guys.
Wow. It was such a nice interview, by the way. I could see, Vincent has humor, he has knowledge, and it's an amazing, amazing player. And he will be the favorite, of course. 3 out of 3 is quite impressive.
Oh, he's playing brilliantly.
So right now, I think besides Arjun, there is no one who is going to be. I think the next player is going to be on 2 points. So Arjun, if Arjun wins, it's going to be a close fight. Otherwise, Vincent will have a 1-point lead over everybody else.
By the way, 40 seconds for Ray Robson.
Man, Ray Robson has less than a minute, and we saw him pushing A5, which turned out to be a mistake.
Yeah, and now after bishop takes b6, the black queen side is falling apart. He takes the pawn, but he loses the rook on d8 now, and it feels like Erigaisi Arjun is doing Arjun things.
Also, just a quick update for everyone. Awonder Liang has just defeated Jordan by Foreest, and that game is over. So big win for
Your
Awonder there.
wonder is there. Yes, amazing that he has managed to score his first win in the tournament. And guys,
2 seconds.
Arjun Erigaisi,
Ray Robson
he had 2 seconds.
seconds on the clock for Ray Robson as he puts the knight back on c6.
We can't take the pawn because our bishop is hanging on b3. But can we go bishop a4?
Yeah, let's bring it back. Maybe put it anywhere and then threaten that pawn. It's not easy to defend.
So
Absolutely not.
Arjun is an exchange up. Opponent doesn't even have a pawn. And actually, opponent Ray Robson is losing another pawn. So that seems like just over.
Right, but the downside is because Robson has less time, Arjun cannot walk now. So
Yeah, finally Arjun has to sit at the board.
exactly. So, but of course, jokes aside, this looks like a very, very, I would say 99% chance that Arjun is going to convert this position. No doubt in my mind.
Should we go to Vidit versus Nihal here? Because this game has a huge intrigue.
Oh, knight comes to a5, wants to maybe come to c4, bishop s3, your move, Sagabai, putting pressure there on e6, bishop blocks it, and now king to g2. So Vidit has really improved his position. Knight comes in, queen d3, bishop e8, and this is the current position, the +1 advantage for Vidit.
But the thing is, Vidit has somehow magically regrouped all his pieces so beautifully. King is safe. Bishop is on h3. Rook is ready to swing over on the queen side. Only problem is the pawn on h5 is hanging.
Okay. I would love to now discuss this move with you guys. There is bishop takes c7, which is possible, which was possible. And this is exactly what I was telling you, that when a crucial moment like this comes, Vidit would need more than 10 minutes on the clock, but now he cannot do it. It's so
No, what the hell? Come on, Bishop C7. Sahaj, can you explain to us how does that even work?
takes, and just you go bishop takes e6, and now you have that same idea of knight h4 and knight g6, but a very hard thing to see, I think, with 6 minutes on.
Yeah, very hard. I think.
Sometimes you even see it, but you just don't believe it.
Yes, exactly.
I think fair enough. Very, very, very difficult to kind of keep playing those moves, right? Move after move. We have 6 minutes on the clock. But there's the practical choice. Black has one active piece. That's the knight on c4.
Right.
Let's move it.
Let's get it out from there. And if Nihal takes the knight, I believe Vidit will take it back with the queen or bishop.
Yeah.
And then the rook swings over to b1. Can we, by the way, Sahil, take the pawn on h5 here? Is it even possible to win a pawn for black?
It is possible. I think Vidit would be happy because now he can take on e6 instead. And now
e6.
queen e6, you take on h5, and my rook is now looking at the king. Vidit's still better.
And also, there is an idea of queen c2 in this position, hitting the h7 pawn and the a4 pawn at the same time. So I think this, position like this with less time is manageable. Because there's only queen, rook, bishop, and a few pawns on the board. It's not that complicated. You will be able to make a lot of hand moves here. I think if this happens, it would be great for Vidit.
Right. So Vidit looking good right now. Time-wise, the situation is still a little critical because he has 6 minutes on the clock. Nihal has 17 minutes. But as Sahaj just pointed out, Vidit's moves are getting easier to play. He's kind of coordinated himself very well.
By the way, chat was going crazy for Vincent, when he won. So that is insane. A lot of fans for Vincent now.
No, of course. I think Vincent in general is such a lovable personality. You know what they say in Germany? He's the next big thing in German chess since Emanuel Lasker. Because, the second world champion came from Germany. And since then, Germany has had great players, but none who have reached that stature at the top. And I think Vincent has managed to do that.
By the way, we have to jump to the Arjun game right now because look at what just happened. This is where we left it, right? I think bishop was on b3 and bishop c2 again threatening that pawn. He plays rook d8. Now e5. He should not have taken that. And now rook. Wait, I think that's a mouse. Knight d8. And wait, what happened?
I think it's rook takes d8, knight takes d8. If you go back on move 33.
This one.
33 is rook d8.
Rook d8.
Knight d8. And I believe he would have found queen takes c5 in this position, or he would have played queen d3. If you can just look at the
board,
queen takes c5 on the board, and I think this is just game over. He takes c5. Now f takes c5 is basically forced.
But this is exchange up, no compensation. Our knight is jumping into d6, c pawn. As you marked here.
This is over.
Game over here. Arjun looking at his second win will move to 2.5, and I'm already sort of looking forward to Vincent versus Arjun battle.
He's chasing Vincent, He's not letting the match go. Arjun has been very close to winning this event twice already. So the last round, he was the favorite, couldn't make it, and he's saying, I'm going to win it this time.
Definitely. And guys, QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters, the main sponsor of this event is QUANTBOX, and also the sponsor for Arjun is QUANTBOX. So, it would be quite poetic if he manages to win it. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah.
By the way, 2 updates for everyone in the audience. Harika and Adiban have drawn their pieces, and Pranesh has defeated Anish with the white pieces.
He had a big advantage there, Pranesh, with that very nice maneuver of knight. So, a win there. And maybe there are other decisive games happening, right? We have someone having a big advantage, Abhimanyu.
Wait, Abhimanyu was completely winning.
Can we watch that
but then, just like how how he defend his, he's completely winning now.
I think there's a transmission error, I see queen. I think queen b3.
Could be. I was a bit surprised because he was winning, and it was a bit surprising to me.
So Abhimanyu, can we have Abhimanyu on the screen? Yes, there we have it. it seems like the position has gotten wild here with this bishop e3 and rook f2.
Wait, bishop e3 and
Yeah, there's this rook on f2 and crazy stuff. But I believe that Abhimanyu should be winning here. He has an extra queen.
but I'm trying to figure out how is the rook on f2 if my bishop is on e3. Maybe he played bishop h6.
Maybe many moves happened, Sahaj bhai.
bishop h6, rook f. I don't know, something like that. But I could be wrong.
Yeah.
He is
Okay,
winning,
he's just
right?
taking queen e4 here. And the way in which he made this move makes me believe that he's going to win.
Yeah, for sure. He was winning.
Can we also make a knight? Is that a pawn on c7? No, that's
We're
a...
getting the moves now.
Oh, we are getting a move.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is completely winning. Now you see it clearly.
Is this position correct?
Yes.
Queen? Is it a queen?
Yes, exactly. He has actually a queen and a bishop for a rook.
Wow.
But he has this discover attack idea, so now he's hoping for something,
But
of course
it won't work.
it's
Yeah.
not gonna work. Yes, absolutely not.
Okay, so Abhimanyu is winning here. Pranesh already won. And we also have Leon's game that is going on against Vaishali. That seems to be ending in a draw, right?
Correct. It's a rook pawn endgame. Maybe Leon can try to push this position a bit because he has a chance to take one of the pawns.
Yeah, he
And-
will play rook d2 now.
Yes, and this can be a bit. Although this is a very typical endgame, I would say for most players, but it can be a very difficult thing to defend, especially if you have less time.
Yes, I think Vaishali will have to be super careful here not to lose this game. Leon will be a pawn up. It's holdable, but not easy.
Yeah, definitely not easy.
Should we go back to the game of... we have two big games going on. Anish versus Pranav
Yeah.
and Vidit versus Nihal.
Let's head to Vidit's game. I think he's still slightly better. I think we saw that move knight d2. He really wants this knight to be captured, but black says no. That's my only asset. Queen e3, bishop d7. You see some maneuvering there, and now queen c3 back. Attacking the knight, and now the knight has to go back. Yeah, he forced the knight to go passive now, and now the knight comes in again.
It's like this back and forth battle which Vidit seems to have won here.
I feel this whole knight d2, knight f5 was because Vidit realizes his time is less, so he wants to simplify the position. But Nihal says no. Even if it means I have to retreat my pieces, I will keep as many as possible, and I will try to pose that serious question when you have 1 minute on your clock, 1.5 minutes on your clock, and maybe that's his strategy here. All the time.
It could very well be because we have seen with it going wrong with less time on the clock, and Nihal could be banking on it. I myself am very unsure what will happen in this game. What do you guys think? Who should be the favorite here? Vidit or Nihal?
It has to be Vidit still. I think the time situation is not favorable, but somehow the position is so solid, right? If I have to play a couple of moves, I can do it very quickly as white. So that's the advantage, Sahaj. What do you think?
I mean, when it's Vidit and anybody else, I have to choose Vidit, because it's my generation,
Oh,
So of course, I mean,
said by like my city, my yes, many such.
of course.
Do you also support players which start with the same letter as your name?
Yes,
Maybe Okay, so right now Vidit is definitely looking as the one for choice, but 4 minutes is not very pleasant. 4
Yeah.
minutes 29 seconds.
Although it would be really cool to see Vidit sort of, manage this stress and then overcome the position and overcome this time pressure.
Yeah.
It would be really cool to see from Vidit's side. That would be Vidit, 3.0 in that sense.
So definitely that would really help him to get into the groove for the tournament. Also for Nihal, this win would mean a lot because he also played a very nice game with Anish yesterday, only to botch it up at the end. So, both these players are having a slightly similar trajectory. Whoever wins will have a better tournament going ahead.
And also, black's position has potential. Yeah, right moment e5 happens, and this is the Nihal kind of position, right? So he's waiting to bounce on that central move. So Vidit also has to keep it under control. Hence, knight f3, not giving any chance whatsoever.
Yes.
And so I'm seeing this idea of knight h4, knight g6 check.
Yes. That's there in the position. It's hidden there. Yes.
It's like hiding. I know both of the players are looking at the square right now because it can happen at any moment and it looks very scary.
By the way, we can see Arjun on camera. I think his pieces right now are in Black's camp, literally.
I think we might see resignation in like a move or so.
Yeah, Rook C7, and now the C pawn can simply walk up the board. The bishop is not even needed. He's sitting there and kind of cheering his friends on.
But black spaces are parallel. The knight cannot move because it's defending the bishop. The bishop on c6 has no squares. Bishop on e7 has no squares. The king is defending the bishop. So all you can do is push the pawn. So I think he will resign.
Yeah. It seems like there's no hope here for Ray Robson. If we can also get Arjun here later, that would be super cool to have him, because he will be in the sole second position with 2.5 points.
Yeah, look at him. Yeah, he's so confident. He knows the game is over. Sometimes it's so great as a chess player, right? You know the game is over, right?
Body language.
Yeah, any other sport, there's always a chance to come back. But chess, okay, this is something I can never go wrong with.
Right. And guys, while we were hoping for some top player to join us, it has happened. We are having Awonder Liang joining us. Awonder, thank you so much for coming here. Judging from the applause that you are getting, you are definitely a crowd favorite of this tournament.
I don't know what I did to deserve that.
We've been talking about your interviews and your sense of humor. It's just amazing.
Guys, I'm just glad to be here, just happy to be here.
And you won a beautiful game today.
I think it was okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened, and then somehow we were just making moves, and then he resigned. So I was like, "What?"
No,
I'm always happy to see it.
I'm starting to think why. I'm starting to understand why you're the fan favorite now. So, at which point do you think he sort of messed up?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can go to the opening.
Yes. So, Awonder, before we go to your game, can you give us your take on this very exciting game that we have between Nihal and Vidit? Because they are in time trouble. Like, Vidit is in time trouble, but he has slightly better position. What is your feeling about this? Is white better here, or you think black is doing okay?
So here's the thing, guys. I don't actually know how to play chess.
But says a GM with a rating of 2696.
Something. They just gave me a number. but I know how to read the bar. So I'm really good at it. So yeah, unfortunately during the game there's no bar, and that makes it really hard for me. So yeah, I can see the bars like way up. So I think that means white is better.
And what about the time? Because the time is low for white. That's why I think I wanted your take. Like, do you think the time compensates for the bar that is up, or?
I think this position looks kind of difficult because black has very little counterplay. Although yesterday I thought it was kind of a similar situation for Vidit, and then things went a little bit crazy against Ray. So, you struggle, things can always be a little bit scary, especially against someone like Nihal. I think you definitely don't want anything happening against Nihal because he's always so tactically alert. Yeah, so I think I don't know, probably I would think maybe Nihal can hold just because it's so solid for black. And but on the other hand, I don't know. He's coming in with queen b2, queen b7, so there are already some threats. But maybe there's knight a5 with queen b2. So, I think I would still prefer to be white even with the less time, because it's hard to see what black can do. But, you never know, especially, I don't know. I've played Nihal, okay, not so much over the board, but online a little bit. And we all know that, any position, no matter if he's completely losing or he always finds a little trick somewhere. So, yeah, I don't see anything that black can do now, but, I'm sure he'll conjure up something funny.
So you think black is tied up and doesn't look great, but because Vidit has less time, Nihal will get his chances?
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of, nothing works right now, right? So E5 is not working, G5 is not really doing anything, but I don't know, you just, I'd be scared against Nihal, that's for sure.
Right. So right now, while Nihal is thinking, he has 11 minutes, 30 seconds. We'll quickly check your game, Awonder, because, at some point, we were like, hey, this position is looking even. You went in the opening with the queen trade, and somewhere we were discussing, is Awonder not feeling ambitious today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a thing. So I was talking a little bit with a friend before the game, and I was thinking of different lines, and I completely didn't expect the dragon, and we were just chatting. And every time I would suggest, like, oh, I have this interesting idea, maybe can I please play it? And he was like, no, this sucks. Like, absolutely not. So I was like, okay, we'll make him happy. X-Iron Dragon, I'll trade the queens on move 5. Just keep it chill.
Can we know who this friend is, or it's a secret?
No, I'm just like, it's not like,
It's not your second.
yeah,
Okay.
it's just a friend.
Okay.
So yeah, I know this position is kind of objectively very fine for black, but I thought we'll just play and keep it solid and see what happens. And I think being Jordan just made it a huge mess anyway, and I don't really know. Okay, I see the bar went way up, but that's too difficult for me. So
Around which time did you start to feel comfortable with your position? As in, you started to feel you were a bit better.
no, I never really felt like things were so good for me. I thought it was just kind of even the whole way through. And then I think he blundered this knight d4. Is very confusing to me what he missed, actually, because I think he should play...
You mean this?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think here it becomes very difficult, and I think Jordan is Jordan's an elite player, but maybe sometimes he doesn't defend so resiliently in the endgame. And so I think, yeah, here somehow he just collapsed very quickly. I think he had many resources, even after maybe rook c3, you could try rook e8, and his position...
C3, by the way, got the double exclaim here. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, but I think, he blitzed out knight c3 immediately, but here he could maybe instead play rook e8.
Yes, it's the best move.
Yeah, I think the position would still be very unclear. And okay, yeah, white is better, but it's not winning. And yeah, but he played knight c3 and the position just collapsed. So I think
And then you found this beautiful move, bishop c4. I think that was the key move. Otherwise, it was not totally winning. But now this idea which Sahaj showed in the commentary, knight g5, knight h7 is the mate.
no, it was important that because I thought if I go knight a8, then the game can last a while, and here it just finishes right away. So it's a little bit unlucky for him that he has no defense, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just get these kind of games, everything just goes your way somehow.
And it's such a wonderful victory for you, Awonder here. And how are you finding India? While we also have our Vidit's game here, we want to know, is India treating you well? Are you enjoying the hospitality, the food, everything here?
Yeah, so everything's great. Hotel's great, playing conditions amazing. The food is great, right? I was thinking, I feel like there's just one problem with India. The players here are too good, I was like, guys, please, like the guys.
He's clearly talking about me.
Exactly. I was like, he's too strong. I can't. There's nothing I can do. So I was like, gotta beat the non-Indians while I can. So, I was like, no chance against 5 of these guys. So yeah, that's a tough problem, but I just thought it's a good learning experience. I'll just try and learn as much as I can from these games. So not much I can do about that problem, unfortunately.
I mean, you are very inspiring. You're smiling your way through this tournament, enjoying yourself every single time. We saw you in the players area. We see you at the board fighting, even at the restaurant there. So I think it's amazing. People are discovering you here because, of course, we knew you're a strong player. But because we get to interact with you, we're getting to know that you are such a wonderful, wonderful person.
Is it your first time in India?
Yeah, it's my first time in India. And I think I have played US Championship before, but more or less this is my first super tournament as well. So I'm just enjoying it and just, happy to play against the competition here.
That's so nice. By the way, I wonder, you were talking about this move G5. It was perhaps the only move in this position to keep close to equality, and Nihal found it. Does that change the position considerably?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say anything without looking at that. No, I think, this is I still feel like it looks good for white, but I don't know what his plan is.
Can we go queen b7? Because we can win this pawn here, right?
I'm wondering if he wants some queen f8 and bishop no, that's not. Oh, maybe.
No, this takes.
No, yeah.
I think e5 looks also.
What takes bishop d8?
Apparently, yes.
And if we take here,
bishop c8. Okay.
oh,
It's some tricky stuff.
Bishop takes d8, rook takes b7.
So,
Or no,
so Liang, based on what you know about these players, what would you predict the result to be after H6? Based on what you know about these two players.
I don't know.
Vidit
just,
is
like,
worse.
oh
Suddenly.
my god. Okay. I'm always very scared of Nihal, but I think just because, yeah, he has a very big online presence, and so that's the only time I've ever played him, and I always lose. So
Guys, can we, to the director, can we also have Vidit and Nihal's video here so that people can also see him? I think Awonder was right that Nihal will have his chances in this game, and he has gotten them.
yeah, very hard to see. But I mean, I think both Nihal and Vidit are very strong players, so I mean, things could turn just as quickly. We saw that the scramble yesterday with Nihal's game also was very messy, but so I don't know anything. Yeah, hard to
Looks
tell.
like today is not any different because Queen C2 big mistake and now G5 seems to
We
be
played it.
and he plays it. Wow.
Wow, G5 is on the board. Vidit goes back with his bishop, but his position is turning into slightly worse because of Rook G7, idea G4.
That's the only move, by the way, that gives him an advantage, but not an easy move to see. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Nihal just he has that. I also see like Queen E8, Queen H5 is coming. So, and this looks like flashbacks of Vietnam. so yeah, not looking too good. But yeah, now pulling for my boy Vidit. I hope he can make it out of there alive.
I wonder, you are also a trainer, right? You were there with Carissa at the Women's World Cup.
Right? Yeah.
So you're so young, you're such a top player, but do you also enjoy teaching and training?
Yeah, I think that was mostly just for fun. It was good. Yeah, we also ran into an Indian player there, unfortunately. He kicked us out. But yeah, I think maybe if we were a little bit luckier, it could have been a pretty deep run. Yeah, I think Carissa's phenomenal player, very, very talented, and it's a lot of fun to work with players like that. And yeah, I think in general in the US, maybe, I like collaborating with the other players a lot and just sharing things in general. It just makes chess, maybe it's not the smartest thing professionally, but it makes chess a lot more enjoyable for me. And I think that's more important just for me generally, that I enjoy what I do and have fun with it.
Clearly, we can see that you are enjoying here. But while you are here, Rook G7 has been played, G4 is threatened. Awonder, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here to get your thoughts on your game, also on this game. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. This is great being here.
Thank you. Good luck for the remaining rounds. Round of applause for Awonder. Guys, Awonder Liang here, scoring his first win, and that was incredible. While the key moments of Vidit and Nihal's game are now coming in, we have Sahil by back. Guys, this is heating up considerably here. Bishop G4, Vidit stopped the pawn from coming forward. But what is Nihal's next best move? Can he push F5?
He absolutely can. F5 and the bishop is basically running out of squares. Where do you move the bishop? You could go to H5, but after G4, he's stuck behind enemy lines now.
Yeah. Is it stuck behind enemy lines or is it in an aggressive position?
If 10 people attack the enemy, then it's an aggressive stance. If it's one person, then it's some mistake. And I think bishop on H5 will be attacked.
It's happened. Guys, G4 on the board. Nihal Sarin has blocked with its bishop in H5, and it seems like Vidit is in big trouble now. Knight H4 cannot be played. Yes, Sahaj, bishop takes H4 is hanging.
Nihal is just so clinical when it comes to these faster, crucial time controls. I think he's not making a single mistake. Rook G7, F5, G4, everything 100% precise. Has he played Knight H4? I think he still has to think, right?
Yeah.
Not yet. He hasn't played. I think you can see from Vidit's body language that he's not feeling comfortable there.
Yes, but I think that has to do with his time as well. And we knew this was the issue. I think around on move 10 or move 11, he thought for about 26 minutes or so. And from that moment onwards, Nihal kept that half an hour advantage, and this is where it pays off.
Right. Now we are. Oh,
By the way, if you were, if you had a chance to whisper something within, say, some motivation stuff, what would you say, Saga? Because he needs to tell himself that he can come back here.
yeah, I think in general, he just has to make his next few moves quickly, and the position is not utterly lost. One of the things that happens with Vidit often is that when he gets a bad position, he many times crumbles into a loss. If he can even hold this to a draw, it would be a really good thing for him.
I still think, as Vidit, I would still be a bit, disappointed because he had such a great position up until group 25, 26. Even if you do save this, yes, you're happy that you saved the position, but you're also a bit sad about the fact that
Half a point better than 0 points.
Of course. He doesn't have point is even better.
He doesn't have time to be sad because 2 minutes now and Nihal plays the only move for an edge. The idea is
Beautiful move.
to play d4 check and the king is getting attacked.
And Sahil bhai, after d4, when the king moves, rook moves to h7, bishop moves, and then rook h1 mate.
Wow, can we show this? So rook c1.
F3, that's a mistake.
No, he plays f3.
Oh, he plays F3. That's a huge mistake, I think, no?
Oh, rook h7.
F7 only move and he touched the golden pawn, by the way, this time for tactical reasons. Very, very good thing.
But rook h7 is an important move. Did Nihal? No, Nihal hasn't found it yet.
Only move, by the way, to have a win. That's what the blue arrow says. If Nihal doesn't find it, Vidit is back in the game.
And what if I just defend this bishop, right? For now, I have enough assets to defend this. What is your move next?
Well, maybe just e4, yeah. I don't know, just opening up the bishop there on c6, feeling
Like this idea of king g7 and queen h8.
crazy.
That's crazy, I think, no?
Yeah,
It can work.
Also queen b7 lining up on that diagonal. So there are two kind of, one on the file, one on the diagonal.
Sagar bhai, I love that idea because after d4 and queen b7, if we can have that position on the board side, right? We have the rook h1 and d4. And you had this queen d7 and bishop takes f3 check.
Oh my god.
ef3 and queen f3 check, and that's just GG. Game over. So lots of different ideas.
Pawn on g4 does not allow the white bishop to come back. It's out in the wilderness and it cannot get back.
Absolutely looks very, very tense for Vidit.
We saw another yawn from Nihal, and problem is Vidit has so many options, as you mentioned, right? Queen b7, queen, king g7, queen h8, like so many options to consider. It's so easy to miss one black side here and the game could be over.
Right, Sahil bhai, can we go to the live position? Yes, here we are.
One more update for everyone. Abhimanyu has defeated Harshvardhan. So actually, it's been a very decisive day, I would say. Yes,
Very much.
We only had 4 games that were decisive. And so far, we've already had 4 or 5.
Today in Masters, we already had 3. Yes.
Yeah, 5 decisive games.
He played d4 instead. I think he had to first include rook h7 and maybe Vidit has a chance with the only move. What is it to c4?
Oh, queen c4. I thought king f2 also was my idea to just try and play f takes g4, but looks like a bad move, yes?
The same idea. This rook h2 check, that looks very, very scary for Vidit.
Oh, he finds it.
Queen c4. Guys, Vidit Gujarati maybe making a small comeback there, but still quite better for Nihal Sarin.
And of course, my thought was, why not bishop d5? But apparently you lose the a pawn now.
Oh, the idea is after queen a4, there's queen e8 check if you play rook h7.
Oh, wow.
That would be something that Nihal might have overlooked.
And that means that the bishop finally finds some hope to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's still a difficult position to hold, but much better than what it was 5 minutes ago.
Right. So queen c4 on the board. Nihal Sarin has 7 minutes 46 seconds. Vidit has 2 minutes 22 seconds. Guys, this is a thriller. We just don't know who's going to win this.
Vidit giving us exciting game after exciting game after exciting game. Nihal as well in the mix there. And we saw these two players playing till the end yesterday, right? And they are playing each other now. And okay, predictions. What is the result according to you? Draw, yeah?
Yes.
Sahaj?
I'm going to say Vidit wins.
What? Wow. No way. Come on.
Because
He's worse.
It's great. It is, but many times in situations like that, you tend to overpush.
What a bold
And it
prediction.
could turn it around. I mean, we saw a similar thing happen to Vidit yesterday.
Yes.
I believe in karma. If you can, have it can also work the other way around for you.
What about you, Sahil Bhai?
I think I want to say a draw, but I'll balance it out. Let's say with a Nihal win there, but Nihal has more time on the clock. That should be very valuable.
Right. So all three results on the panel here, guys. What do you think? Look at the crowd; they're all glued to the screens. Do you think Nihal wins? Oh, very small draw. Also not Vidit wins. Okay, crowd is basically like, we don't know what will happen. Let's just follow the games. It's so tense here.
See, right now, I think Nihal is also feeling the pressure because clearly he missed something in this position, right? He missed maybe that Queen F4, Queen E8 check wala idea. And I think now this is where you start to mess up because now you still want to keep that pressure, you still want to keep that intensity, and this is where you might overpush.
I have a question.
Yeah, this pawn, right?
Not just that pawn, but what about Rook at 7 here for black? Because I attack your bishop.
That's a blunder.
Because of bishop.
Oh, F5.
Bishop G6, Rook G7, and the bishop isn't trapped.
Oh, Sagar bhai, look at this. If you play bishop D5, there is queen takes D5.
Oh, beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I actually missed this also.
Too good. Too good.
Easy to miss these things. So now Nihal has to find D3.
Yeah.
And if you go queen takes D3, then rook H7, which is not an easy thing to find over the board.
Oh, D3 is super tough.
Yeah.
It just deflects the queen actually. But now Nihal has 5 minutes 20 seconds, guys, while Vidit has 2 minutes 22 seconds.
Tough situation.
Chat going crazy for Awender Liang as well. I think he's a hilarious guy, yeah?
No, Awonder Liang, I love the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I had interviewed him back in the day, like 5-6 years ago. He was still a very young boy. Now he's turned into such a wonderful, humorous, fun-loving person.
And he was like, I don't know what happens without the bar. Yeah? That was hilarious.
I don't know how to play chess. And here we are, like, okay, said by the GM, but okay, not even playing, and he's 26-96, and he says,
The first time I met him was in 2015. I actually played a match against him, and he was so young. I think he was around 8 or 9 years old, and we had some 4 or 5 hour long game, and I barely survived
wow,
against him. So he has been a very, very strong player.
Right. Okay, by the way, Nihal down to 4 minutes 20 seconds. And Nihal also needs to speed up here, otherwise he might get into time trouble, although he never really minds those time pressure situations. He loves them, but he does make his mistakes there. We saw it in round 1, we saw it in round 2. Time pressure can get to anyone.
As he thinks, can we have just a brief look at the Anish game? So this is the current position. What do you make of this? Like, is Anish still playing for a win, or do you think this is too simple?
I think Anish, because he has more space, you look at the pawn on a5 and the pawn on h5, and black pawns fixed on g7 and h6. He's definitely pressing here. And as Sahaj keeps saying again and again, Anish is that kind of a guy. You give him a small edge, he will keep grinding you. And who knows, maybe this is the position where he tries for another like 20, 30, 50 moves.
That would be possible if his time wasn't so low. Like, he has 1 minute and 49 seconds, and Pranav has around 15 minutes on the clock. So it will be a bit difficult to push in a situation like this. Had the situation been reversed, I think much better chances of that. But yeah, I think Anish will push regardless. It's hard to do it with such little time on the clock. By the way, some updates on Vidit versus Nihal.
Nihal played his move.
Yeah, bishop d5 and queen takes d4, and now only one move is better for Nihal, which is queen to a8, and that's not an easy move to see.
Wow.
Why is queen a8 to be played? Because okay, it just threatens bishop takes f3, yeah, in the position. So
I think he'll find it. Nihal, bishop d5.
Also, the time is
there's no other move, yeah, because if you play pawn takes pawn, it allows the white bishop to come back.
Yeah.
And that you just don't want at any cost. So queen a8 seems like the only move here, right? Like rook at 7, there's bishop g6 business. It's not.
And you still will lose bishop f5.
Yes, exactly.
That's a great point there. So queen a8 only move in the position to keep any hope for Nihal to win this game. But I still think that at this moment, around this moment, you might start tilting.
But Vidit's play is not easy. For example, one of the best moves here is c6, which, to be honest, doesn't make any sense to me at first glance. I think the position. I think if Nihal.
Powerful move, yeah, to throw, like, if bishop takes queen, gets this open.
Yeah.
By the way, he plays the queen on the other side. Oh, he didn't play queen 8, he goes queen d8, and the position is now in Vidit's favor.
Wow.
Well said, by what man, you are like a genius. You predicted. Okay, it's still not winning or anything.
Still not winning, but I think he has a genuine chance of converting this position now. So, I mean, there is
Look at Sahil bhai. He put the arrow there. Bishop takes f3 is a threat. Queen is hanging. We need to save our queen.
He goes king to f2. I think that's probably the most logical, because bishop f3 is no longer in check, and you keep your queen on d4, which is super active in the center.
But he's not played it yet, yeah?
I've not played it yet. I think he's going for it. I mean, we just trust Sahaj because he just knows what is going to happen.
True.
I just feel the momentum is shifting between these players, because I think Vidit looks a bit more, I don't know, he looks a bit more awake. Like, something is changing now. And I think he can go for a win now. Yes.
It feels so, at least from his body language, it's improving. Nihal, all the time looking calm. Nothing's changed in him. He's cool, calm, composed.
And I think
He's going for the king. I can feel it. He's going for the king.
But he's spending a lot of time. He's almost down to a minute. Yes, he plays king f2. The best move on the board. And no checks now with the bishop.
I think Nihal is struggling a bit because, for example, here, what do you do? If you take, you're allowing the bishop back, not an easy move to play, but that is the best move in the position.
In fact, it's the only move to not have a 0.5 advantage or something like that, right? Gf3, bishop f3. So basically now Nihal has to go into an equal position when around 10 minutes ago he was close to winning, right? Now that's not an easy thing to do.
Right.
In fact, Vidit went through the exact same thing yesterday.
Right. Queen f8 played. And he's attacking the c5 pawn. A nice move. Threatening to win the queen.
Again, he's like, I want your queen with at all costs today. I have first this threat and now this threat. So how do you defend it?
Bishop b4, bishop e3, bishop b4. Two moves. I don't know where to put my bishop.
So bishop e3, I think looks. It's just there is that pin on that queen, and I'm just afraid of that. So I just like bishop e3 more in this position. Just a personal preference.
Yeah. Also, it keeps the bishop kind of on both diagonals. Yeah. It could also move on the other side. So yeah, this definitely seems like a good move. But with it now down to less than a minute, 59 seconds for him.
You can see Nihal swiveling his chair. Surely that's some sign of a worry.
For sure. I think Nihal looks calm on the exterior, but I think deep within he's getting nervous because you can see him getting fidgety. Chair is moving. He's looking here and there. He's changing his posture.
With it having a couple of glances at the clock,
to play fast. Come on, this is your moment. You have to play faster. You be playing any move on seconds is, then the things completely switch again. So this is the moment. Bishop e3.
It's about 20 seconds.
Oh, he takes on a4. Sarin takes a4 is quite a good move.
Still fine. I think bishop takes c5, king g2. Maybe Vidit is sort of happy to go into that equality because he knows Nihal won't do that.
No, but now bishop c5 is kind of forced, right?
King g2. And then bishop a3, there must be some tactics there.
Just queen e8 and trade the...
Yeah, exactly.
And go into like endgame, draw the game. Yeah.
But some of these bishops look quite impressive at first glance. Like maybe bishop e3 would have been more... this is an obvious move for Nihal. He could play it right now.
He's not playing it.
Let's not forget Vidit is still a pawn up in this position though. So still some chances to convert in this case. Yeah, but Nihal is very scary in these time controls, yeah.
And the bishop is still wondering, okay, am I in, am I out? I'm not sure what my future is. Guys, is somebody listening to me? Let me back in. But there is no clear path still.
Okay, by the way, Nihal also has 2 minutes now. This game can swing either way. Nihal is thinking that if I take bishop takes pawn check, that seems like a normal move. Do I have something that will throw with it off? And I think that is his plan. I think he might make some unpredictable move. Is there anything else he can do? Rook at 7 maybe.
Yeah, rook at 7. And now white has to take this pawn.
Yeah,
which is
and it opens with a check, queen on f8. So,
So-
maybe rook h7 could be a move here.
Definitely an
Why
option.
is that bad though? What is happening after f takes g4, f takes g4 check? Why am I not? Oh, because rook h5 is not possible. This g4 check.
You have to now head to E1.
Yes.
Right, right. So that has to go. Yeah. Tough.
Queen e1
Move to find.
takes queen g4. Check. The queen moves from here to there. It's queen g7, queen h5, and maybe it's all okay.
But I think I won't go for this because this clearly, he cannot find that way to keep the position going.
Okay,
He
this-
has to do a repetition here.
Guys, Nihal down to 1 minute 10 seconds while Sahil is playing an entire variation of 20 moves.
Man, and it's all forced here. If they enter that, they have to play till the very end. So no wonder both players are confused what to do.
Right? And Nihal also 55 seconds, 54. Man, he takes on c5 with a check.
With it
King g2 must be played instantly, and he does it.
quickly played.
And now take on a3. Yes, Sahaj?
So take on a3 is bad.
Yes.
I don't know why, but it's bad for some reason.
Wow, queen a7 maybe, yeah, threatening rook b8. I don't know.
Nice. That's
I don't know. I'm just
very easy to miss moves like that.
maybe it's a bad move.
The bishop right now maybe has some influence, right? So cuts off some important squares. And now
Apparently, Nihal must find queen d8 in this position, which doesn't make sense to me at all. I get there is bishop f3 check, but you're not looking for moves like that. I'm looking for rook h7, something that brings my queen on the king side.
Yeah.
I will also consider g takes f3 in this position. The momentum is definitely shifting here.
But I don't understand why not bishop a3. That might be the move he will make because it's giving him the pawn back.
Nihal is behind on the clock, I think, after a long time. With more than a minute, he's still holding on to that. It's not sure.
Teams have changed so much. Nihal Sarin now having a minute less than
He played c6, I think. Oh, what a blunder! That's a big blunder. And now bishop h6, the winning move. What?
oh, it's a skewer. It's a simple move.
Guys,
Bishop Sahaj, Sahaj, please don't say anything bad that would happen to my life.
But what is bishop h6? Did he miss it?
it could be. Yeah, it's been just a blunder.
Missed it.
Could be. And this is what happens because he was winning and then suddenly he missed one move and then he started tilting. And then he started missing
Look
things
at
like-
Vidit. Look at Vidit. He's like, he can't believe it that it's coming, that he has this move. And we can see if Vidit plays bishop h6 and Nihal does like,
Yeah.
no,
His expression.
No.
there he is, bishop h6 found by Vidit.
And Vidit is now completely winning.
Wow.
And Nihal has blundered big time here from an even position. He's now lost it completely.
I think it's pretty common, a common pattern, right? Round one, he did the same, blundered in that endgame in one move against Vincent, and has the same problem in this round as well. He's playing very well until that one crucial moment.
Right. And I mean, it could have gone either way. This time it was Vidit who kept his nerves, and I don't think he's going to blunder anymore. I guess this is done almost.
And what do you do? Like, what is the move? He plays that check because he had no time.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
CF3. Or maybe he's thinking about rook takes g3 check.
Yes.
Queen h6,
Yes.
But
That's what he wants to do. He
there is
wants,
some checks on the back rank, like rook b8, queen a8, something must be there.
right. And now just bishop f3. We
E3.
take.
E3 is +4.
Yeah, bishop f3 is a mistake apparently.
It's
But
bad.
I mean, it's a better winning, but I think ef3 is the only clear winning move. That is a bit-
You know, let's forget about our bishop coming back now. Let's take back with the pawn. Although it's not so simple to figure this out, but I'm pretty sure Vidit will do it.
Yes, 26 seconds to figure it out though. That's still very little time.
But you look at Vidit's body language. He sees that he's almost going to win this, and he has to make a couple of right decisions here.
Absolutely, but
Can
it
he
can
do
go
that?
either way. He can go bishop f3, he can go e3. I'm telling you, anything can happen here.
7 and he takes right
He
move
takes
there.
F3 on the
He takes f3 is the correct move, guys. Everyone on the edge of their seats. Is Nihal Sarin going to make a comeback? Rook takes g3 is what Sahil is predicting here. I think that's the move that Nihal might go for.
Rook g3, I think, is basically forced.
His hand is literally, let me go, yeah. Let me just play the move.
Yeah.
11 seconds for Nihal. He has to make the move now.
And he takes it.
Takes it.
Wow.
King takes, quickly taken, queen takes h6, and now, you know, the white king is super weak, but I think white says, first it's my move now, and I'll checkmate you.
Yeah, and rook b8 check is the cleanest. Even queen a8 check works multiple ways, but Vidit still has to calculate all of this. Not an easy decision.
No, but any check I give, bishop drops back to f8, correct, for blacks.
Yes.
So
And then you play queen h4 to defend the bishop on h5.
you go rook b8, queen h4.
Yeah, rook b8 is very
That's
important.
so nice.
Rook b8 is really important because you want to tie the bishop down on f8. Otherwise, it has some bishop e7, bishop f2. You have some different types of ideas.
But not so easy, because if you play queen a8, then bishop f8, suddenly your queen is misplaced.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to find queen e8 in this position.
No, but
Very,
Vidit
very
isn't
important.
going for his rook. He is playing his queen. He goes first queen h4.
Oh, not the best, but a decent move nonetheless. And now Nihal's only option is queen to g7 check.
Because if he goes queen e3, trying to sort of get checkmate the white king, he gets checkmated with rook b8.
This is a flashy move, yeah.
Seven. Wow. Insane attack with the queen, bishop, and rook. And I think that's over. Rook b8.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Vidit playing a safer choice, right? The queen near the king, defending the king a bit more. And now Nihal has 30 seconds to find queen g7 check, his last resource.
Queen g7 check, king h3, and then what's the plan then?
No checks, yeah? No checks.
No checks.
The plan is
King h3 I like because I don't want to get if I check.
yeah. The plan is crazy and it doesn't make sense. Bishop to e7.
No ways. No ways he goes for it. Because again, he's accepting a draw here. He still sees the a possibility to win.
Who?
As black Nihal.
No way.
Because
he takes a3. What? Takes one on
He
a3.
doesn't want to take the draw.
But it's a mate now, right?
But
Yes.
that's just too optimistic,
Bishop
right?
f7 check, winning the queen, king g7. Okay, there's no. Is there a finishing shot here, guys? Help me.
No, the thing is, you don't have to play bishop f7 check because black cannot give you a check in this position at all. Just play rook b7. No queen g7 check, no bishop check, no queen check.
b7 is cold-blooded move here.
Yeah.
Can Vidit find it? Because when checks are there, you want to check.
Oh, he's about
Going for
a
the
rook
B7
b7
on the board. Finds it. Beautiful move there by Vidit Gujarati, and that is game over now, because now the black king is completely cut off.
Yeah, no counterplay, and the bishop a3 move definitely not in the spirit of the position a little bit, I feel. And now Nihal has 14 seconds. There is no move, literally.
Yeah, you can see it on Nihal's face. He is running out of options there. He goes back bishop f8, but now Sahaj bishop f7 check.
King h8, queen takes queen, and rook e7, and then you take the e6 pawn.
Wow.
And there is just.
Do you want to go into endgame, or is there any way to finish it?
I have connected pawns, so I mean, also it's good to go into the endgame because I have less time, so it's easier to make hand moves. For sure, I think it goes for this.
Vidit could go for this endgame, but I'm pretty sure you're looking for some mating ideas here. I want to
You're greedy video.
check. Yeah, maybe Vidit is not greedy anymore here. King h8, and as we just saw now, queen takes queen might be the simplest way to finish off the game.
Now that I think about it, why should white go queen takes queen? You can even play anything in this position, like f4 or something, because black's queen is completely tied down.
Right, it's
The king
pinned.
is tied down, bishop is tied down, everything is tied down. So queen h6 kind of forces things, but it's not necessary.
You know, Nihal let out that long, exhale. He was like, oh man, how did I...
Queen f6 check.
Oh.
Oh, that's a nice,
Winning. It's
clean, very clean.
why. I mean, I take pawn takes, and then just somehow no one can capture that f6 pawn. Yes.
Right. And you go king h4, king g5, king g6.
Oh.
That game of Nigel Short versus Young.
Yeah, the king walk
Yes, the king walk. Something
comes
like
to
that.
mind. Yeah. Okay, guys, this one is done. We could see Nihal maybe resigning here, but could very well make a few more moves. The result seems to be beyond doubt now. 28 seconds for Nihal Sarin, 37 for Vidit Gujarati. What a tense encounter. And the sad part about chess is that one player has to go back to the room as someone who's lost. I would have loved if both would have gone happily there. But yeah, that's not chess then. I mean, okay,
Yeah.
draw, but then both are unhappy.
Yes,
So-
and in this scenario, both will be unhappy. I think.
I mean, the bad result, you can't blame anybody else. It's somehow so personal, right? A win and a loss. And I think Nihal realizing the game is pretty much over, shakes his head. I think he might just resign.
Yes, that's pretty much because BG6 also coming in, rook at 7, F7,
Oh.
just this mating ideas.
If you play king h7, just bishop e6 check. If you don't play king h7, then I just bring my king up and just it's backhand. Also, rook
He
e8.
goes king h7, but now bishop e6, right?
Bishop, I feel bishop e6 easy, but also king f4, king g5, and then something is also pretty easy. I mean,
King
there are
f4,
more
king
than one
g4.
ways even.
Nice, nice.
Oh, actually, bishop e6 is not that simple, yeah.
Yeah.
Because after bishop d5
F7.
takes f7,
Only move.
we should win. Yeah, we should win this. Only because now we have that pawn still alive. Rook is well placed. Bring your king in. I don't think.
You just reroute the king via f2 or take the d5 pawn, and I think it's over.
Okay, Vidit. That's a great time management. I think it's not easy to play such good moves, when you have 30 seconds. He's kind of held his nerve there. And Nihal Sarin would be kind of cursing himself. It was so close, right? Now King F4 played.
Yeah, I think king g5, king e5, both of them very, very likely moves here. I mean, this is the moment when I think Nihal can resign. I think this is basically over.
And king f4 played here.
Can we call with it?
Let's see.
Can we call with it?
What is Nihal going to do next? Because if he gives a check from that side, the king goes this side. If he gives check from this side, the king goes that side. He pushes the pawn, attacking the rook. Don't miss the rook.
You cannot play rook c7, yeah, because it's bishop d6 check.
Yeah, don't miss the rook, guys.
a7 and d7 are the safe squares. Any other place is not safe. Maybe rook a7 is the safe square.
Yeah, rook a7, safely putting your rook on the side. And rook a7 is on the board.
I mean, the best move here is bishop f3. That tells you everything about the position. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
because the thing is, king was going to g5 for a mating attack. So Nihal comes king at 6 now.
Still a bit tricky because how should I just
King e5 maybe? King e5 with the idea of bishop e6 should be.
3?
Aha, you want to. Okay, you're worried about that pawn, yes?
But still it's winning. For sure
Yes,
it's winning.
yes. I think that should be fine. You take e6, f5.
That's nice. That's actually an easy way to finish the job.
Yes,
Yeah,
goes
right,
king
yeah.
e5. He brings his king into the center. All white pieces coordinating beautifully.
I think after bishop f3 I also have rook a3. You have that rook h3.
Aha, rook a3. Nice, nice. Okay, you
Rook
want to checkmate.
Rook
Yes.
f2 also. You wanted to checkmate before. We're just can still happen in
He
the
takes on f3 there, not with lot of conviction.
Somebody in the chat said, I wished Vincent good luck yesterday. That's why he won. So,
end.
it's always good to have good wishes on your side, yeah?
Right, absolutely.
By the way, Vaishali loses the game against Leon. Just finished.
Oh, that rook end game.
Yes.
So even.
Yes.
Vaishali has lost it. Well, Leon Mendonça, after a tough loss yesterday to Abhimanyu, comes back strongly with a win. C4 played and now bishop f5, right? Like
Yeah.
rook at 7 mate.
Two options, yeah? You can grab either of them.
I would grab the f pawn first because golden pawn, yeah. There's no other reason.
And there's no way.
Look at Nihal, by the way. Yeah? He's
Yeah.
rejected right now.
No, it's Nihal is thinking to himself, I'm trying so hard, I'm playing so well in general this tournament, but I'm unable to score points. And there you are. He shook his head. I believe he's going to.
Yeah, I think he's going
Yeah,
to.
he's
Because
going
if you
to
play king g5, now there is rook g7, which is
Oh,
very
wow.
nice.
Nice.
That's just game over.
Nice point.
Yeah, I think this is where you resign. Okay, bishop e4 defending the f pawn. Maybe there's rook a8. Is there rook a8?
It's just bishop e6 and takes, maybe?
Okay, that's also very simple. Yeah. By the way, just one game remaining in the challenges section between Aryan and Diptayan, and 2 games remaining besides. Apart from this one.
Anish is,
Anish-
by the way, equal, against
Yeah.
Pranav. Or is Pranav starting to press now?
I mean, with the clock, yes, but position may be still
Equal,
roughly.
yeah. Pranav and Anish is very, very even, guys. We will go to that game after this one ends. Maybe there's some action there as well.
By the way, yeah, bishop e6 played. I think this pawn will fall now, and it's. Maybe we'll see your move, Sahas, that king g5 and rook g7.
Oh, that would be a pretty end.
It'll-
Yeah, it would be a nice
Yeah.
game.
King g6.
No, Nihal sees it. he sees the idea of rook g7.
Nihal giving a tough resistance, yeah, here, making Vidit work really hard for that full point. Maybe bg8 bishop h7 and take the pawn. Yeah, that's
I think most players would have just resigned
Yeah,
a bit
yeah.
earlier, but Nihal is putting up that resistance. I think rook c7 also works in this position with the idea of rook c8 and rook g8.
a1 play.
Okay, that's very.
He's going rook g1.
Oh, rook f1 is also there. No, bishop f5 just.
And
That's-
yeah, he was bishop c5 and now rook f1 is the move, guys. Don't play rook g1 and a draw in Anish versus Pranav game. So Anish starting off with 3 draws here. Pranav having 2 draws out of 3 games and 1 loss. Yeah, good result for Pranav, by the way.
With the black
To hold Anish.
with the black pieces, very impressive. Anish is known to push in these dry positions. Yeah, he prefers that solid advantage.
Right.
Pranav did not give him any chance whatsoever.
And now, guys, bishop, rook f1 played. f5 pawn is also hanging. Is there any other? There are no checks to the king as well on e5.
I mean, there are certain positions where the bishop can hold against the rook, but this is not one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some actually.
I mean, there is no hope. You just take on f5. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of any. Maybe if
Four
it's on
places.
g6 or something, then maybe it's possible.
No, it is no.
I think there is one there. If you play g7, you go king h7, something like that. There is a position like that, but you have to be very precise to win there.
Right.
With this pawn, it is not possible.
By the way, there was a bloodbath here today. For example, all 3 games ended so far, all results. Anish's was the first draw. So 4 results.
Decisive in master.
Masters alone.
And challengers, I think we have had already 2 decisive games.
3 out of 4 3 decisive games.
7 decisive games today, guys.
The crazy thing is the draw was Adiban.
I love how Nihal is playing until the very end. Yeah, it just shows how much this means to him, this game. He doesn't want to stop playing.
Absolutely. Rook f4, rook c1, both of them, I think, will just seal the deal here. But yes, he's trying to fight until the very end, hoping for that one mistake
Yeah.
that,
Nihal,
maybe
by
it's a
the
bit
way,
too late.
plays Arjun tomorrow. So somehow the things are not getting easier. He needs to really channel his inner,
Inner Nihal.
yeah, I mean,
Inner top shape Nihal.
yeah, he has to do that because tomorrow will be extremely difficult as well.
But sometimes when the tournament is not going well, the best you can hope for is to face the top seed and then beat him. No, that way
True.
you can then redeem yourself.
True.
Yep, absolutely.
And we have a draw here, or they've called the arbiter Diptayan versus Aryan Chopra in the
Oh,
challengers.
it's,
What has happened?
I believe it's
repetition.
a 3-4 repetition.
So someone's claiming,
Yeah, it is a 3-4 repetition. I can see it on my screen right now.
and a draw has been agreed here. Okay, so one more draw.
Final game of the day.
Nihal,
Anish has finished, right?
yeah, it is over. Yeah, so Nihal Sarin resigned as well.
Let's go.
Guys, congratulations to Vidit, but really heart goes out to Nihal. He was better there, and look at him there with a nice smile. He's always so kind to his opponents. In victory, he's humble. In losses, he takes it with grace. It's brilliant to see this youngster. Tough day for him, but for Vidit and his fans, a massive day. Yeah? He comes back in this tournament now. 50% score.
And we'll try to get him if possible. That would be amazing to get his thoughts because that position was so crazy that the bishop stuck on h5. Was he worried of getting it trapped there?
Correct. I think we would love to have Vidit's thoughts here, and also we have Vidit's better half here, Niti. Maybe if we can have a mic to her, how she felt watching this game because it was so intense. Is there anyone here who? Yes, because She was following there throughout, and she just arrived yesterday. So she brings with her the lucky charm here. Nidhi, how was it for you?
Very exciting in the end. I was hoping Sahal would be right, and I'm glad to that. But yeah, I think I could feel the nervousness. So I don't know how these players play. I mean, it's too much.
Yeah, too much stress. Yeah, chess is stressful.
Very stressful.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And guys, we will soon have Vidit joining us, hopefully, if he's not too tired.
Yeah.
And
Yes, what a day it was actually. 4 results in the Masters, and
Vincent winning,
Three-
going to 3 out of 3.
yeah, Vincent winning 3 out of 3, and Arjun on 2.5.
Arjun on 2.5. We have Awonder on 1.5. We have Vidit on 1.5. Anish on 1.5. Like a lot of players on 1.5 points. Robson on 1.5. So it's
The first day we had 5 decisive results. Second day we had 4, and
Yeah.
third we had 8 decisive results.
8.
8.
8.
Wow.
Oh my God. And guys, tomorrow is Sunday. And I guess tomorrow the players will be even in more fighting spirit. We also have a legend who's going to join us tomorrow here in commentary. Any guesses, guys? Who's going to come here? Yes, it's Vishy Anand who's coming in tomorrow. So in case if you are planning to, come back on one of the days, tomorrow might be a good day to come.
Would love to get his insights. Yeah, what does he feel about Vincent doing so well? By the way, Vincent plays Anish tomorrow. That will be a tough roadblock
Oh.
to kind of overcome. And of course, Nihal versus Arjun. It is Pranav versus Vidit as well. So exciting pairings tomorrow. Who will take the lead? Any guesses tomorrow? Does Vincent maintain his lead?
I think beating Anish is always very tough. At the same time, if Arjun beats Nihal, he might get into like 3.5 points. So I would definitely keep my eyes on both these encounters of Arjun Nihal, Vincent Anish. And I'm also very interested in that all-American encounter tomorrow, Robson versus Awonder Liang. Will they go for a quick draw, or will they be like, no, let's fight?
Maybe a quick draw, yeah, because we don't have a rest day now. They might think, okay, let's play it safe. Let's draw. Let's save into the remaining games. Sahaj is saying no draw, yeah.
No draw, yes?
I don't think so. I think they
You know them both well, yeah? They would.
I played them, when we both were very young. But I don't know them personally, no. But I would say that in an event like this, since Liang also mentioned that he has never played, an elite event like this before, you want to get the most experience, with each, like playing out each of the games as much as you can. So I doubt if it will. But if they want to play it a bit safe in that sense, take a bit of rest. I mean, that makes sense as well.
Yeah, and we saw them analyzing, yeah, even after 5 minutes. So Nihal and Vidit trying to figure out where they could have improved in the game. And this is so good about chess. You keep learning from your losses and your wins.
Right. I think in general, the player who loses, if they stay back and analyze, always find it very, very heartening there, because, for them, they feel like, oh, all my efforts didn't give me the desired result. But if they are analyzing, they are not looking at just that game. They are looking at it as, oh, if I can learn something new now, it might help me later as well. So that's a very long-term approach, yeah, when you sit down there to analyze after a loss.
Of course. And yeah, they've been analyzing for a long time, and it was a very crazy game indeed. So it does make sense.
Also, with it analyzing, maybe we can. The challenge is also done, yes? Or is there one game left?
No, they are completely done.
All games are done.
Yes.
So maybe we can skip the interview with Vidit, right? For him to come here, because we never know how long they will analyze, but he will come here perhaps. I don't know about it.
Yesterday, I remember watching. I mean, Anish was analyzing, and then afterwards, we were in the hall for a bit of time, and then we went upstairs. They were still analyzing in the elevator.
Oh, okay.
Like they were going upstairs in the same floor. They were still talking about the game, so you never know how long.
Yes.
This thing can go.
Also, he might be very tired right now. So, guys, it's time to call it a day. I hope you had good fun here in the venue as well as back home. We will be back again tomorrow, 3 p.m. IST on the Sunday, with Vishy Anand also joining us. Thank you, Sahil Bhai. Thank you, Sahil Bhai. See you all tomorrow.